Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. Chapter 1. The Last Mile. 1.1. I didn't understand the boot prints until I saw where they stopped. That's the line I keep coming back to, the one my mind repeats when it's late and the house is quiet, and I'm trying not to look at the dark space beneath my own bed. At the time, I thought the scariest part was seeing mud on the floor of a cabin that should have been empty. I thought the scariest part was realizing someone had been inside. It wasn't. The scariest part was later when I understood what the prints were doing. Not where they came from, not how they got in, what they were for. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Before the mud, before the broken glass, before the moment the forest stopped sounding like a forest, there was a drive. There was exhaustion. There was the kind of ordinary life detail that makes a story feel too believable when you tell it to someone who doesn't want to believe you. In the summer of 2019, I drove 8 hours north to my cabin on the western edge of the Rockies. It was a small A-frame on land I'd saved up for in my late 20s. More money than I should have spent, more responsibility than I wanted. And yet somehow the only thing that consistently made me feel like I could breathe. I left after work. I didn't pack the night before. I threw clothes into a duffel with no plan. I grabbed groceries from a Walmart, the kind with the fluorescent lights that make everything look slightly sick. Frozen burgers, coffee, a bag of charcoal, even though I always ended up using the fireplace. I bought 2 cheap flashlights at the checkout line like a joke, like a camping cliché. And somewhere around the 3rd hour, when the highway was cutting through empty stretches of land and my shoulders were starting to ache from gripping the wheel, I stopped at a gas station that smelled like burnt hot dogs and stale air freshener. I bought coffee so strong it tasted like the inside of a spoon. I drank it anyway. I bought beef jerky I didn't want. The clerk didn't look up when he handed me my change. I remember that detail because it's the last part of the trip that felt normal. The farther north I drove, the more the world emptied out. Cell service thinned until it was a joke, one bar that appeared and vanished, like the phone was teasing me. I flipped through radio stations and found only static and distant voices. So I stayed with my playlist songs I'd listened to 1,000 times until the same chorus started to sound like it was mocking me. By the time I exited the highway and hit the smaller roads, the sun was sinking. The sky had that warm, exhausted look it gets in late summer gold at the edges, bruised purple higher up. The mountains weren't fully visible yet, just shadows stacked behind trees. The last mile to my cabin was always the part that forced me to slow down. It was a dirt road that didn't feel like a road so much as a suggestion. In places, it narrowed until brush scraped the sides of my truck. In other places, it opened into shallow dips that collected rainwater and turned into mud. I rolled down the window to smell the pines because I always did. The air was cooler than town cleaner, with that sharp resin scent that feels like a reset button in your brain. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. No passing cars, no distant music, no human noise at all, just the tires on dirt, the faint tick of pebbles against the undercarriage, and the occasional creak from the trees when wind moved through them. When the cabin finally appeared, it was like seeing an old friend from far away. A triangle of dark wood between trunks, a small porch, windows reflecting the dying sky. I pulled into the little clearing and shut off the engine. Silence dropped so abruptly it felt heavy. In town, silence is never true silence. There's always a fridge humming, a neighbor's TV, traffic, someone's dog. Out there, it was the kind of silence that makes you notice your own body, your breathing, the blood in your ears, the soft crunch when you shift in the driver's seat. I sat there longer than I meant to, hands still on the wheel, looking at my own cabin and trying to name why I felt off. Nothing obvious was wrong. The cabin stood the way it always stood. The porch light was off because I hadn't turned on the generator yet. The trees around it swayed gently like they were doing the same thing they'd done every other time I came. And still, something in me hesitated. I told myself it was just fatigue. 8 hours will turn your thoughts into static. It'll make you imagine problems that aren't there. It'll make you see danger where there's only shadow. I got out and stretched. The ground was uneven under my boots. Dirt, pine needles, little stones. I shut the truck door quietly, without knowing why I was being quiet, and walked around the side to the generator. The generator sat in its small shelter like a squat animal. I flipped the switch, then pulled the cord. It coughed once like it didn't want to wake up, then rumbled to life. The sound filled the clearing with a steady mechanical heartbeat. A second later, the cabin's porch light clicked on, bathing the steps in a warm cone of yellow. That was when I saw the window. It wasn't the front window. It was the back living room window, the one that faced the tree line. And it wasn't just cracked. The glass was shattered inward. Not a spider web. Not a single impact point. The center was missing entirely, like something had punched through and then pushed hard. Jagged shards clung to the edges of the frame like teeth. Inside, on the wooden floor, broken glass glittered in the porch light that reached through the cabin. It took a second for my brain to process what it was seeing, like the image didn't match any expectation I had for that place. Then my stomach dropped. I stood on the porch without moving, staring through the front window at the interior glow from the generator-powered lights. From where I was, I could see part of the living room, couch, coffee table, the edge of the fireplace. Everything looked normal, untouched. But the broken window turned that normal into a lie. My first thought was an animal. That was the easiest shape for my brain to grab. A bear, a deer crashing, something big and dumb and panicked. My second thought was a person. That one came with a wave of cold that spread through my chest and down my arms. I walked to the front door and unlocked it. The lock turned smoothly. No signs of damage around the knob, no splintered wood, no scratches. I stepped inside and immediately smelled something I didn't like. Not a clear scent, not a cigarette smell or cologne, just dampness, earth, the faint mineral tang that comes with wet soil. It didn't belong in my cabin, not like that, not when everything else smelled like old pine and dust. I turned on the lights and the cabin brightened up with that familiar, slightly harsh generator glow. The broken window was worse up close. Glass covered the rug in a sparkling fan. Shards rested in the grooves of the hardwood. Some pieces were big enough to cut a foot wide open. The air near the window felt cooler, like the cabin was breathing out. I approached carefully, eyes scanning the floor for footprints. That's another detail people ask about later. They say, "Didn't you see footprints right away?" Like this was a movie and the evidence would be arranged neatly for my discovery. Like fear makes you observant. Fear makes you stupid. At first I didn't see anything. My eyes were locked on the window frame, on those teeth of glass still clinging there. I leaned in and looked outside. Trees, brush, darkness gathering between trunks. No flashlight beams, no movement, no sound beyond the generator's hum and the faint whisper of wind. I did a quick sweep of the cabin, the way you do when you don't want to find anything but you can't stop yourself. kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, closet, under the couch cushions, behind the shower curtain, nothing missing. Nothing obviously disturbed. The place looked like it always looked. That should have made me feel better. Instead, it made my skin prickle because a broken window with no mess around it feels intentional in a way a burglary doesn't. If someone had broken in to steal, they would have looked around. They would have opened drawers. They would have made a mess. If an animal had broken in, there would have been signs, tracks, hair scratches, the unmistakable chaos of something not human. This was neither. I went back to the window and knelt carefully, avoiding the glass. I studied the frame. I ran a finger along the wood just under the remaining shards. And that's when I saw it so faint, I almost convinced myself it was a smear from my own hand. On the lower part of the sill, on the inside edge, there was a mark, a muddy fingerprint. Not a full print, not crisp. Just a partial curve of a pad and the suggestion of ridges, like someone had pressed their finger there while pulling themselves through. I stared at it for a long time. My mind tried to rewrite it into something else. A leaf stain. A knot in the wood. Dirt tracked in from my last trip. But it was placed too perfectly. Too human. Then I noticed something else. One shard of glass on the floor had a dark thread stuck to it, caught in the jagged edge like it had snagged fabric on the way in. The thread wasn't thick. It wasn't bright. It was the kind of thread that could have come from an old jacket sleeve or a hoodie. Something dark and practical. I didn't touch it. I didn't pick it up like evidence. I just stared at it until the back of my neck started to ache. If I'd been smart, I would have left right then. Drove back to town, found a motel, called someone in the morning, let daylight and other people return that cabin to the category of safe. But I was exhausted, and it was late, and the cabin had always been my place. There's a dangerous kind of ownership you feel toward a space you've paid for with years of your life. You don't want to believe it can be violated. You don't want to believe the rules of your life can be rewritten by someone else. So I rationalized. I told myself maybe someone threw a rock. Maybe kids. Maybe a branch. I told myself no one would come all the way out here just to break a window. I told myself if someone did come in, they're gone now. That last one was the lie I needed. Town was an hour away. Night was falling fast. I didn't have plywood. I didn't have a spare pane. I had a duffel bag, a truck, a generator, and a stubborn belief that if I could just make the cabin feel normal again, it would become normal again. I found the thick throw blanket I kept folded in the closet for cold nights on the couch. It smelled faintly of cedar from the storage bin. I carried it to the broken window and held it up, measuring. The hole looked bigger from that angle. Not in size, just in meaning. A black square of open forest inside my living room. I pulled the toolbox from under the sink and found nails and a hammer. My hands shook just slightly. I told myself it was from the long drive. I nailed the blanket over the frame, stretching it tight. One corner drooped and I fixed it. Another corner sagged and I fixed it too. I wanted it sealed. I wanted no gap. I wanted to pretend the outside couldn't touch the inside. When I finished, the blanket hung there like a bandage over a wound you weren't allowed to look at. It didn't stop air from slipping in around the edges, but it changed the shape of the hole. It made it less like a mouth. I stood back and listened. The generator hummed, the trees whispered, and somewhere beyond the cabin, deeper in the forest, something made a sound, just one short snap, like a twig breaking under careful weight. I froze, hammer still in my hand, and waited. No footsteps followed, no second snap, just the steady hush of the woods. After a moment, I exhaled and let out a small, nervous laugh that tasted wrong in my throat. "Get it together," I said out loud, because hearing your own voice can make you feel less alone. I cleaned the glass as best I could without cutting myself. I swept shards into a dustpan, the small pieces making a soft, brittle hiss as they moved. I bagged them and set the bag by the door, meaning to dispose of it later. I tried not to look at the blanket too much. Every time my eyes drifted that way, it felt like the cabin was looking back at me through it. When the immediate work was done, I did what I always did. I brought in my bags. I stacked firewood. I made the space look lived in again. I moved through the cabin with deliberate normalcy, like routine could overwrite whatever had happened before I arrived. I told myself I'd sleep with my car keys nearby. I told myself I'd keep the fireplace poker close. I told myself I'd be alert. But with each small task, the sharp edge of fear dulled into fatigue. The cabin warmed under my activity. My muscles ached. My eyelids felt heavy. By the time I finally sat down on the couch, the blanket over the window looked almost ordinary, just fabric, in a rustic place, a makeshift fix. Almost. I didn't see the fingerprint anymore because it was behind the blanket, now hidden by my own decision. I didn't see the thread on the glass shard because I'd swept it up with everything else and thrown it away like trash. I had erased the only proof my brain might have used later to argue with itself. And that is the final detail of that first part, the one that still makes me feel cold when I think about it. I went into the woods to escape my life, to find quiet. Instead, I gave something a reason to know I was alone, and I sealed the evidence under a blanket like I was helping it keep a secret. Chapter 1. The Last Mile, 1.2. By the time I finished cleaning up the glass, my fear had started to change shape. It didn't disappear. It didn't turn into bravery. It just thinned out around the edges the way adrenaline always does when your body realizes you're not dead yet. The cabin looked familiar again. My couch, my coffee table, my chipped mug in the sink from the last trip. The kind of ordinary clutter that makes a place feel claimed. I kept telling myself that was the important part. Claim it. Make it yours again. I stacked the bag of broken glass by the front door, like it was proof of responsible adulthood. I washed my hands longer than I needed to, scrubbing at dirt that wasn't there. Then I pulled the kindling box from the corner by the fireplace and started building a fire. That ritual mattered to me. Always had. There's something primitive about making heat in a quiet room, like you're negotiating a truce with the dark. The crackle and pop fills space the way conversation does. It gives you something to listen to besides your own thoughts. I laid logs in a simple stack, tucked kindling underneath, and struck a match. The flame caught with a soft rush. For a second, the orange light looked hopeful. Then it settled into the slow, steady burn that always made the cabin feel like a living thing. Outside, the generator kept its low, mechanical hum. It was an ugly sound, honestly constant, a little too loud, the opposite of nature. But that night, I was grateful for it. It was a barrier. A reminder that I had power, light, and noise, that I wasn't completely swallowed by the woods. I carried my groceries in from the truck and put them away. Every trip I told myself I'd start keeping non-perishables stocked up there, and every trip I ended up buying the same things like it was the first time. Burgers in the freezer, coffee on the shelf, a bottle of bourbon I didn't need but always wanted. The cabin warmed faster than I expected. Within half an hour, the chill that had been hiding in the corners pulled back. My shoulders started to loosen. My breathing slowed. I began to feel embarrassed by my earlier panic, like I'd overreacted to an inconvenience. That's another thing fear does. Once it loosens its grip, it makes you feel stupid for having it at all. I poured bourbon into my mug, no ice, no mixer. The first sip burned a clean line down my throat. It was a familiar sting, a small comfort, that made me feel older than my fear. I carried the mug to the couch, grabbed the paperback I'd been meaning to finish, and settled in with my feet toward the fire. For a while it worked. The cabin did what it always did, it made me calm. The flames moved in slow patterns. The pages of my book turned with a soft whisper. Outside, wind moved through the pines with that ocean-like hush you only get in places far from roads. And then right when my body started to believe the night might be normal, I heard the coyotes. Not close, not threatening. Just a pack somewhere in the distance, their calls rising and falling like they were speaking a language the forest understood better than I did. The sound slid under my skin anyway. Coyotes don't scare me in a logical way, not like wolves might, but there's something about hearing them at night that makes you feel like you're intruding on a world that doesn't need you. I took another sip of bourbon and tried to focus on the book. A page later, a log shifted in the fire and popped loud sharp. I flinched hard enough that bourbon sloshed onto my hand. I stared at the flames with irritation like the fire had embarrassed me. Jesus, I muttered and shook my hand dry. I told myself I needed to sleep. That was the sensible thing. I'd driven 8 hours. My brain was tired. The cabin wasn't haunted. Nobody was lurking in the trees waiting for me to close my eyes. Still, I kept glancing toward the back window. The throw blanket hung there, nailed tight, covering the broken frame. In the firelight, it looked darker than the rest of the room, like a patch of night stitched onto my wall. The edges lifted and settled slightly as air moved, but the movement was subtle, easy to ignore if you wanted to. I wanted to. To distract myself, I got up and brought more firewood inside. The night air outside was crisp enough to make my lungs hurt in a good way. The porch light carved a circle on the ground. Beyond it, the forest began immediately, dense trunks and shadows layered so thick they looked solid. I kept my eyes on the woodpile as I gathered logs, but I could feel the trees watching me. Not in a supernatural way. In the simple way darkness always feels like it has eyes. I went back inside and shut the door, locking it automatically. Then without thinking, I checked the lock again. Twist, click, twist. Like repetition could make it stronger. When I sat down again, I noticed how quiet it was between the cabin noises. The generator was steady, but it was outside. The fire crackled and popped, but it was intermittent. Between those sounds, there were gaps, long stretches where the cabin held still listening. I forced myself to read. A few pages, another sip of bourbon, another minute, and then at some point the forest changed. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't a crash or a scream. It was like a room full of people suddenly stopping their conversation at the exact same moment. The insects went quiet. 1 second there had been the thin, constant chirp and buzz that always fills a summer night. The next, nothing. No crickets, no distant frog calls, just the wind and the generator. I looked up from my book, suddenly alert. People talk about silence like it's peaceful. In the woods, silence is rarely peaceful. It's often a message. I sat there listening, waiting for the insects to start again. They didn't. The hair on my arms rose in a slow wave. My skin tightened across my shoulders. I told myself it was nothing. Temperature change, wind shift, nature being nature. But my body didn't care what my brain said. My body knew the feeling of being watched from behind. It knew the small pressure between your shoulder blades that makes you want to turn around, even when you don't want to see what's there. I stood up and walked toward the kitchen, not because I needed anything, but because movement felt safer than sitting still. I pretended I was checking the fridge. I pretended I was looking for a snack. Then I caught myself glancing toward the back window again. The blanket was still. No flutter. No movement at the edges. It hung like a curtain in a theater before the show starts. I forced my gaze away. "Stop," I said under my breath. I didn't even realize I'd spoken until my own voice made me jump again. I went into the bedroom to drop my duffel bag on the chair. The bedroom was colder than the living room, the air thicker and stale from being closed up. I set my bag down and reached for my phone automatically, then remembered it was still in my truck. I went back out, grabbed the phone from the center console, and brought it inside. That's a detail that matters later too. I could have left the phone in my pocket. I could have kept it on me. Instead, I did what I always did when I arrived at the cabin, set it down, and tried to forget it existed. In the living room, there was an outlet that worked consistently near the lamp by the couch. In the bedroom, the outlets had always been temperamental. Sometimes they worked, sometimes they didn't. I'd tried to fix them once and realized I didn't know what I was doing, so I'd stopped. So I plugged my phone in by the couch. I watched the screen light up, watched the battery icon show it was charging, and then I set it face down on the table like it didn't matter. That was the first rule I wrote without knowing it. If you leave your phone out here, it won't be close when you need it. At the time, it felt like nothing. A small choice. Convenience. I sat back down with my book and tried to let the fire lull me. I even managed to smile at myself like, "Look at you, scared of a broken window." I read for another 20 minutes. Then the sound came. It was so soft I thought at first it was part of the fire, a little tick as the wood settled. But it wasn't from the fireplace. It came from behind me, from the direction of the back wall. A faint, careful sound. Tap. Tap. 2 beats spaced evenly, not like an accident. Not like a branch scratching, like a fingernail on glass. My whole body locked. I didn't turn right away. My eyes slid toward the back window, slow, as if speed would make it worse. The blanket hung there, dark and still. Tap. Tap. Again, the same rhythm, the same careful spacing. The skin at the base of my skull prickled. My mouth went dry. My heart slowed down so abruptly, it felt like it had stopped entirely. In movies, people do brave things because the script needs them to. In real life, you do stupid things because your brain wants certainty more than safety. I stood and walked toward the window. Each step felt too loud on the hardwood. I could hear my own socks dragging slightly. I could hear the faint clink of my belt buckle shifting. The tapping stopped. That was worse, because it meant whatever was making the sound could choose when to be quiet. I stopped 2 feet from the blanket. The nails at the corners held it tight. The fabric smelled faintly of cedar and dust and something else now, something damp, earthy. I reached out and pressed the back of my fingers against it. The fabric was cool. I waited for another tap. Nothing. I swallowed, then pulled the blanket aside just enough to see the frame beneath. The broken window was a dark hole. The jagged shards at the edges caught firelight. Beyond them, only forest. No flashlight, no face, no movement. I leaned closer, listening, straining my eyes into the black. All I could hear was the generator and my own breathing. For a moment, I actually felt relief, the kind that comes when you almost convince yourself you imagined the whole thing. Then something brushed the outside of the frame, a soft scrape like skin or fabric against glass. I jerked back so fast I almost fell. My hand flew to my mouth instinctively, as if I could stop myself from making noise. I stood there trembling, staring into the hole. Nothing moved. Nothing stepped forward. No one whispered my name. But the forest felt closer, like it had leaned in. I let the blanket fall back into place, my fingers clumsy. I hammered the loose edge again, harder than necessary, as if anger could seal it better. The nails bit into the wood. The fabric tightened. I backed away, eyes still on it, and I realized something that made my stomach twist. The tapping had happened while I was sitting on the couch, while my phone was charging on the table, while my back was turned. If someone had been outside right there listening, they would have known I was alone. They would have known I wasn't talking to anyone. They would have known the only voice in the cabin was mine. I returned to the couch and picked up my book, but the words on the page blurred. I stared at the same paragraph for a full minute without absorbing a single sentence. My mind replayed the tapping again and again, matching it to the rhythm of a fingernail, matching it to the rhythm of patience. At some point, the insects started chirping again. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. It felt staged, like the forest had held its breath on purpose and then exhaled again once it got what it wanted. I tried to laugh. I did actually, one short, dry sound that didn't match anything in my chest. "You're losing it," I told myself. "You're tired. That's all." I stoked the fire one more time, not because it needed it, but because I needed something to do. I turned off the lamp, then turned it back on. I checked the front door lock again, twice. The second time, I rested my hand on the knob longer than I should have, feeling the cool metal, listening for anything on the other side. Nothing. The cabin kept its secrets. Eventually, fatigue won. Not because I felt safe, because I was too tired to keep my fear sharp. I left the fire burning low. I carried the bourbon mug to the sink, rinsed it, and set it upside down to dry. I walked to the bedroom and hesitated in the doorway like a child afraid of a dark room. Then I forced myself in. I undressed quickly, the movements stiff. I climbed under the covers and lay there staring at the ceiling. The cabin creaked occasionally as it warmed and cooled. The generator droned. The fire whispered from the living room. I thought about getting my phone and bringing it into the bedroom. I didn't. Instead, I closed my eyes and let out a long breath that sounded like surrender. And right before sleep finally took me, the thought that slipped through my mind wasn't a rational one. It was a simple, bitter joke at my own expense. "Congratulations. You fixed the window. Now you've made it easier for someone to stand outside and listen." Chapter 1, The Last Mile, 1.3. I woke up the way you wake up when you've been yanked out of a dream by something your body refuses to explain. No slow return. No blinking yourself back to reality. One second I was gone, the next, I was upright in bed, heart slamming against my ribs like it was trying to break out. The room was dark, except for the faint orange pulse bleeding in from the hallway. The fire in the living room was still alive, low and steady, throwing a weak glow that turned the corners of the bedroom into soft, shifting shapes. For a few seconds, I didn't move. I listened hard, waiting for the sound that must have woken me. Nothing. No crash, no footsteps, no voice. Just the generator's distant drone and the barely there whisper of wind through the pines. I sat there with my hands gripping the sheets, breathing shallow, feeling stupid and frightened at the same time. My mind offered explanations like a desperate salesman. Bad dream. Stomach turning from bourbon. Log shifted in the fire. Cabin settling. I checked my watch. It read 12:58 a.m. That time shouldn't have meant anything to me. It was just a number. But it landed in my chest anyway, heavy and wrong, like my body had woken up because it knew the night had reached a certain point. I swallowed and swung my legs out of bed. The floorboards were cool under my feet. I didn't turn on the bedroom light. I didn't want brightness. Brightness felt like a lie in that cabin. The firelight was honest even when it made everything look sinister. I opened the bedroom door and stepped into the hallway. The air out there was warmer. It smelled like smoke and pine. The fire's glow crawled along the walls, making the cabin look like it was underwater. I walked toward the kitchen and felt again that faint pressure between my shoulder blades, the urge to turn and check behind me. I didn't. I grabbed a glass from the cabinet and filled it from the sink. The water was cold enough to make my teeth ache. I drank it too fast, as if I could wash fear down. When I set the glass down, I realized my hand was shaking. I stared at it, annoyed with myself. "Get a grip," I whispered, as if the cabin needed reassurance more than I did. Then my eyes drifted to the back wall, the throw blanket. In the dim glow, it looked like a dark curtain hanging at the end of a hallway in an old theater, too heavy, too quiet, too final. And one corner of it wasn't flush against the frame anymore. It was barely noticeable, a small sag in the lower right, like fabric that had relaxed. A gap no wider than 2 fingers. My stomach tightened instantly. I stepped closer, slow, careful, as if speed might make the cabin punish me. The gap revealed a sliver of the broken window frame behind it, jagged glass catching firelight. I leaned in and studied the nails I'd hammered earlier. In the low light, I couldn't tell if one was loose. Maybe I hadn't driven it deep enough. Maybe the wood was old and soft. Maybe the blanket had simply shifted with the draft. That's what I told myself as I reached out and pressed the fabric back against the frame. It felt cold, damp almost, like it had been holding the night on the other side. I found the corner nail by touch, then pushed it in again with my thumb hard enough to sting. The nail didn't move much, just a tiny give, the kind you'd expect in old wood. "See?" I whispered. Nothing. I let go, and the blanket stayed in place. I stood there for a moment longer, listening. No tapping now, no scrape, no movement outside. The forest beyond the blanket might as well have been another planet. I walked back toward the bedroom, but I didn't feel calmer. My body stayed keyed up, expecting something to happen the moment I turned my back. In the doorway, I paused and looked down the hallway again. The blanket was still tight against the frame. I returned to bed. The sheets were cool when I slid under them, then warmed quickly with my body. I lay on my back and stared at the ceiling. I tried to count my breaths like I'd read you were supposed to do. Inhale 4. Hold 4. Exhale 4. It didn't help. My mind kept returning to that small gap. It was such a tiny thing. A corner of fabric, a loose nail, and yet it felt like a message. Like the cabin was reminding me that anything I tried to seal shut could be opened again quietly without effort. I thought about getting up and retrieving my phone from the living room. I didn't. I thought about turning on every light. I didn't. Instead, I decided to do the most dangerous thing you can do in a place like that. I decided to pretend I was safe. I rolled onto my side facing the wall and squeezed my eyes shut. Behind me, the cabin made its normal noises, faint creaks, as wood cooled the soft pop from the fireplace as a log shifted. I waited for sleep to take me. It didn't. Minutes crawled by. My heart refused to settle. My muscles stayed tight like they were bracing for impact. And then I heard it. Not from the living room, not from outside, from inside the bedroom. A sound so quiet I almost missed it. A soft, shifting scrape like fabric moving against wood, like someone adjusting their position on a floorboard. The noise came from the corner of the room behind me near where my duffel bag sat on the chair. I froze so hard my neck started to ache. Every instinct in me screamed to turn around, to confirm, to see. But I didn't move. I told myself it was the cabin settling. I told myself the chair had creaked. I told myself the bag had slipped. I told myself anything that meant I wasn't about to look into darkness and find a shape looking back. The sound came again, smaller this time, like a breath held and released. My mouth went dry. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I could hear the faint hiss of the generator outside. I could hear the fire's distant whisper. And beneath all of it, inside the room, was that unnatural stillness, like something had gone perfectly motionless because it knew I was awake. I stared at the wall inches from my face and forced my breathing into slow, measured pulls. I counted again. Inhale 4. Hold 4. Exhale 4. The cabin creaked. A log popped in the fire. The sound in the corner did not return. That was the last thing I remember clearly before sleep finally claimed me, not relief, not comfort, but the sick certainty that I had just made a choice, that I had decided in that moment not to look, and that whatever was in the room with me had learned something from that. Morning came bright and clean the way mountain mornings always do. Sunlight poured through the front windows. Dust floated in the beams like glitter. Birds called from the trees as if nothing had ever been wrong. The cabin looked almost charming again. It took me a few minutes to work up the nerve to walk down the hall and check the back window. When I did, the first thing I saw was the throw blanket hanging perfectly flat against the frame. No sagging corner, no gap. I stepped closer and touched it, feeling for looseness. The nails were still tight, every single one, driven deep. Solid. The blanket hadn't slipped in the night. Someone had moved it quietly. Chapter 2 to 24 a.m. 2.1124 a.m. That number is burned into me the way certain smells get burned into a room. Smoke in drywall, mildew in carpet, old blood in wood. A timestamp that shouldn't mean anything, except my body reacts to it like a warning siren now. Even years later, if I wake up and my phone says 1:24, my mouth goes dry, and I have to fight the urge to sit perfectly still and listen for breathing that isn't mine. That night, it wasn't my phone that told me the time. It was my watch. I woke so suddenly my spine felt like it had been yanked by a hook. One moment I was dead asleep, then I was upright air sucked in hard enough to hurt. The room around me was dark, but not completely. The fire in the living room must have been dying down, because the hallway was faintly lit with a dull reddish glow like embers behind a curtain. My heart was pounding fast and heavy, and it didn't slow even after I realized I wasn't dreaming. I listened. The cabin was quiet in a way it hadn't been earlier. Not peaceful quiet. Not the normal mix of generator hum, insects, and occasional creak. This was the kind of quiet that felt arranged, like the sound in the world had been turned down on purpose. I could still hear the generator, but it seemed farther away than it should have, muffled as if something thick had been placed over my ears. The fire made a soft, intermittent crackle, like it was trying to pretend nothing was wrong. My throat tightened. I swallowed and felt the skin of my neck prickle. There are different kinds of fear. The cheap kind is sudden and loud, the jump, the scream, the impact. This was the expensive kind, the kind your body spends before your brain approves the purchase. It sits in your gut and tells you, you're awake because you need to be awake. I forced myself to take a slow breath. Inhale, hold, exhale. I told myself it was nothing, a dream, a log shifting, a coyote call that had pulled me out of sleep. I told myself I was on edge because of the window. Then I heard something. It wasn't a footstep, it wasn't a voice. It was so soft I thought I'd imagined it, a faint scrape like fabric being dragged gently across wood. It came from the direction of the living room. My stomach dropped. I sat on the edge of the bed, frozen, and listened harder, trying to pinpoint it. Nothing followed. No second scrape. No movement. Just the soft pulse of the dying fire and the distant mechanical thrum of the generator outside. I reached for my phone out of habit. My hand met empty air. That's when I remembered I'd left it charging in the living room, face down on the table near the couch, because the bedroom outlets were unreliable, and I didn't want to deal with them. I stared at the darkness beside me like the phone might appear if I stared hard enough. It didn't. That should have been a small inconvenience. It should have been a nothing detail. But in that moment, it felt like a trap I'd set for myself. I got out of bed slowly, careful with my weight, mindful of every floorboard. The cabin was old enough that it creaked in predictable places, and my brain supplied a map of sound. Step too hard near the doorway, and it would groan. Shift your weight too fast, and the hall would complain. I didn't want the cabin complaining right then. I didn't even fully understand why. I just knew I didn't want anything to know exactly where I was. I opened the bedroom door. The hallway was dim lit by the weak red glow from the living room fire. Shadows pooled along the baseboards and in the corners, moving slightly as the flame shifted. The effect made the hall look longer than it was, like the cabin had stretched itself while I slept. I stepped out and paused. My bare feet met cold wood. The chill climbed my legs. I listened again. The scrape didn't repeat. My breathing sounded too loud. So did the tiny click of the door latch as it settled behind me. I started toward the living room. Halfway down the hall, the smell hit me. Damp earth. Not a strong odor, just a trace, the kind you catch when you step into a basement or open a bag of potting soil. But it wasn't supposed to be in my cabin. Not up there. Not in the middle of the night. It made my mouth taste metallic. I moved into the living room, and the firelight brightened slightly enough to show the main space in dull reds and oranges. The couch was a dark lump. The coffee table was a low shape. The kitchen beyond was swallowed in shadow except for faint highlights on the sink. My eyes went immediately to the back wall. The throw blanket was gone. For a second, my brain refused to understand what I was seeing. The window looked like a black square cut into the cabin, the jagged edges catching the firelight like teeth. Cold air seeped in around it, subtle but real, and it carried that damp earth smell with it. The blanket lay crumpled on the floor beneath the window, spread out like a fallen flag. I didn't move. I didn't blink. My heart hammered harder. And then I saw the boot prints. They were stamped into the blanket and tracked across the hardwood, a series of muddy impressions so clear they looked deliberate. Not a smear, not a vague footprint. Actual tread, blocky, deep grooves like work boots, the kind a contractor might wear. The kind you wear when you expect to step in rough places and you don't care what you track inside. The mud was wet enough that it shone in the firelight. Fresh. A chill ran through my arms and settled in my hands. My fingers tingled, then went numb. I stared at the prints as if they might rearrange into something less terrifying if I stared long enough. They didn't. They came in from the broken window, crossing the living room at an angle. The steps were even measured. Not rushing, not panicking. Whoever made them hadn't stumbled through sharp glass or flailed like someone trying to escape. They walked like they owned the space. My eyes followed the line of mud to the hallway. The prints climbed toward my bedroom. My mind tried to grab the smallest thread of logic it could find. because logic feels like oxygen when you're suffocating. How did they get in without making noise? Glass crunches, wood creaks, fabric shifts. Even in my sleep, I should have heard something. A window being disturbed, a blanket being ripped down, a body moving through the opening. And yet I hadn't woken up until now. That meant one of two things: they were careful enough to do it quietly, or they'd done it earlier while I was awake, while I was distracted, while I was sitting on the couch reading and trying to pretend the tapping wasn't fingernails. The thought made my stomach twist. I didn't want to imagine someone standing inches from that blanket while I sat with my back to them, reading a book in a room that now felt like a stage set. My gaze flicked to the coffee table. My phone was still there, face down, charging cable plugged in. I could see the tiny glow from the screen edge where the charging notification lit it faintly. They hadn't taken it. That wasn't comforting. It was worse. If someone breaks into a cabin to steal, they grab the obvious valuables. Phone, wallet, cash. They move fast. If someone breaks into a cabin and doesn't take anything, then the reason they're there has nothing to do with needing something from you. They're there because of you. I stood very still, eyes on the boot prints, trying to decide what I was going to do. Call 911. No service out there. Maybe if I stood near the window and held the phone up, I could catch a bar, but that required stepping closer to the opening. Leaving the cabin, yes, immediately. Grab keys, run to the truck drive. But to do that, I had to cross the living room, and the living room had become a map of someone else's movement. My brain wanted to sprint. My body refused to take the first step. I forced myself to breathe slower. I forced myself to think like an adult, not like a terrified kid in a horror movie. I looked toward the kitchen counter. In my peripheral vision, the hallway seemed darker than it had any right to be. I moved 1 foot forward, testing the floor. It didn't creak. I shifted my weight carefully. Still no creak. The cabin felt like it was holding its breath with me. I took a second step and reached the fireplace. The poker leaned against the stone, black metal, heavy and simple. My hand closed around it, and I felt a small, stupid relief. It wasn't a gun. It wasn't even a real weapon. But it was something solid. Something that could break bone if I had to. Something I could hold like a line between me and whatever had walked in through my window. The metal was cold enough to sting. I kept my eyes moving. Couch, corners, under the table, behind the armchair, the hallway mouth. Nothing moved. I stared at the boot prints again. The tread pattern was crisp. Rectangular lugs, a worn spot near the heel like the person leaned heavy on one side. I found myself studying it the way you study an unfamiliar animal track on a trail. I realized my brain was trying to turn the person into a thing. Something you could track. Something you could measure. Something that didn't have eyes. Because if I made it human, if I pictured someone standing in my living room in the dark while I slept, then the fear got too big. I stepped closer to the hallway entrance. The prints led into it like a sentence that continued without you wanting to read the next line. I raised the poker slightly, grip tightening until my fingers hurt. My breathing sounded thick and loud in my own ears. The generator seemed to fade, the world narrowing to the firelight and the mud and the black mouth of my bedroom doorway down the hall. I took another step, and another. The boot prints were clearer now. Mud darkened the grain of the wood floor in ovals and arcs. I could almost see the weight distribution in each step. Heel, toe, heel, toe. No pause. No hesitation. Whoever did this had walked straight toward my bedroom like they already knew where it was. That detail hit me harder than the rest, because it meant they weren't exploring. They weren't wandering. They weren't lost. They were going somewhere specific, going to where I'd been sleeping. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. I reached the hallway and stopped staring at the bedroom doorway. The boot prints disappeared into the darkness beyond it. I held the poker with both hands, now trying to anchor myself. The cabin didn't make a sound. Not a creak, not a groan. Not even the comforting crackle of the fire behind me, which had settled into a low, steady glow. It felt like everything was waiting to see whether I would step through that doorway. I didn't know it then, but that was the moment the night truly began, because the prints didn't end in the hallway. They ended in my room, and I was about to follow them. Chapter 2, 1:24 a.m. 2.2. The doorway to my bedroom looked smaller than it had any right to. It was the same door I'd walked through 100 times, same scuffed trim, same cheap brass knob, same familiar rectangle of darkness beyond it. But in that moment, with the boot prints leading straight into it, the opening didn't feel like an entrance anymore. It felt like a mouth. I stood at the edge of the hallway and listened again, hoping for something, anything that would let me turn this into a simple decision. A footstep to confirm someone was still inside. A crash to prove I wasn't losing my mind. A voice even because a human voice would mean rules I understood. There was nothing. The cabin stayed perfectly still, and that stillness made me feel like I was the loudest thing in the world. Like my breathing alone could give me away. I tightened my grip on the fireplace poker until my fingers ached. The metal was slick with sweat where my palm wrapped it. The end of it looked ridiculous, just a blunt hook on a rod. It wasn't meant for violence. It was meant for tending fire, for nudging burning logs into place. But my brain kept imagining it connecting with a skull. That thought made me nauseous. It also made me take a step forward. The boot prints were darker inside the bedroom where the firelight didn't reach as strongly. My eyes adjusted slowly, pulling detail out of the shadow. The bed was a low shape. The chair in the corner held my duffel bag like a hunched figure. The closet door was half open the way I always left it. Everything looked normal. That was the first sign my brain tried to reject what was happening. Because if a room looks normal, your mind wants to treat it like normal. Your mind wants to believe the floor is clean because it has always been clean. Your mind wants to believe the darkness is empty because you've spent your whole life assuming darkness is just the absence of light. Then my eyes dipped to the floor, and I saw the mud again. The prints led in clear as a trail on fresh snow. They crossed the threshold and moved along the side of the bed, turning with the frame following the narrow strip of hardwood between mattress and wall. The tread marks were crisp and deep, each one placed carefully. Heel, toe, heel, toe. I followed them with my gaze the way you follow a line of text, one word at a time, unwilling but unable to stop. They reached the spot beside my pillow, beside the place where my head had been, and then they stopped. Not like someone had turned around and walked away, not like someone had stepped backward, not like someone had pivoted. They ended cleanly, as if the person had stepped there and simply ceased to exist. My brain refused it. I felt that refusal like a physical sensation, like my thoughts were pushing against a wall. That isn't possible. Mud doesn't do that. Footprints don't do that. My eyes flicked to the rest of the floor, scanning for the continuation of the trail. I expected to see prints leading away, maybe lighter, maybe smudged. I expected to see some kind of scuff where the person had turned. There was nothing. The hardwood beyond the last print was spotless, not even a smear. The wood grain ran smooth and clean as if it had just been polished. It was the kind of clean that makes you notice it. I stood there, frozen, poker lifted in front of me like a cross in an old movie. My heart beat hard enough to blur my vision at the edges. My mouth went dry. The air in the room felt wrong. Thicker, colder. Not the chill of mountain night, something damp like the breath of soil. I took a shallow breath and tasted it, earth and smoke and something faintly metallic. I whispered without meaning to, just one word, thin and stupid. Hello. My voice sounded foreign in that room, like it didn't belong there. The word died, instantly swallowed by the darkness. No one answered. I tried to think of what I would do if someone was actually there. Swing the poker, scream, run. My brain offered a dozen scenarios, each one falling apart because of the same impossible detail. The prints ended at my bed. My eyes dropped to the space beneath the bed. It was black under there, the kind of black that doesn't reflect light. The bed frame was low, leaving just enough room for storage boxes, dust, and if you really wanted to imagine it, someone lying flat, pressed to the floor, waiting. I felt my knees soften. Not from weakness, but from my body preparing to do something my brain hadn't fully decided on. I told myself not to look. I told myself, just leave. Just go. But leaving required passing the doorway again, and passing the doorway meant turning my back on the bed. I couldn't, so instead of doing the smart thing, I did the human thing. I did the thing people do when fear and uncertainty become unbearable. I chose certainty. My body lowered into a crouch, as if I were inspecting a stain on the floor. The poker remained in my right hand, angled downward. I used my left hand to steady myself on the bed frame, and the wood felt cold and faintly damp, like it had been breathing against the air. I leaned down slowly. The smell under the bed was stronger, wet dirt, old dust, and something else that made my stomach turn. Not rot exactly, more like the sweet, sour smell of something that had been closed too long. My eyes strained into the darkness. At first I saw nothing, just black and the faint suggestion of shapes. Maybe a box, maybe a shoe, maybe the shadow of my own arm. My brain tried to fill in familiar objects to calm itself. Then, as my head dipped a fraction lower, the firelight from the hallway shifted, and I saw it. A hand. Not an object, not a shadow. A hand. Pale skin in the weak glow, fingers curled against the floorboards. Dirt packed under the nails. The knuckles looked dry, scraped, as if the hand had been dragged across rough wood. For one frozen second, my mind tried to claim it was mine. That my own hand had somehow ended up under the bed in a weird angle. Then the fingers moved. Just a small twitch, like the person under there was adjusting their grip, like they'd gotten tired of holding perfectly still. A sound escaped me. Not a scream yet. Something lower, guttural, involuntary. My body reacted before my thoughts caught up. I launched backward, the poker clanging against the bed frame. My shoulder slammed into the door frame as I tried to stand and retreat at the same time. Pain shot down my arm, sharp and blinding. I didn't even fully feel it in the moment. It registered like an abstract fact, like a note in the margin of a book I wasn't reading. I stumbled into the hallway and nearly went down, catching myself on the wall with my left hand. The drywall scraped my palm. I didn't care. I ran. Not a controlled run. Not a careful one. The kind of run where your feet don't land properly because you're already throwing your weight forward again. The kind where your lungs forget their rhythm and you start gulping air in panicked bites. The living room flashed by in red and shadow. The blanket lay on the floor like a corpse. My phone was right there on the coffee table. I saw it. The charging cable stretched from the outlet like an invitation. I didn't take it. That detail haunts me more than it should, because it was within reach. It was a single step. One hand out, grab it, run. But my brain had narrowed down to one objective: keys. Keys meant truck. Truck meant distance. Distance meant survival. Everything else was optional. I slammed the poker down without meaning to, either dropping it or throwing it, I still don't know. It clattered against the stone of the fireplace and echoed through the cabin loud enough that I thought, now it will move. Now it will come out. I half expected to hear something behind me, fast crawling, a scrape, a breath. I expected a hand to shoot out from the bedroom doorway and grab my ankle. Nothing happened. That was worse because it meant whatever was under my bed didn't need to chase. It meant it was patient. I reached the kitchen counter where my keys usually sat. My hands fumbled, knocking a bottle over. It hit the counter with a hollow thunk and rolled, clinking softly. I swore under my breath, frantic. Keys. 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 My fingers found them and clenched so hard the metal bit into my palm. I bolted for the front door. I didn't flip lights. I didn't check locks. I didn't grab shoes. My bare feet slapped the floor, then the porch boards. I threw the door open, and the night hit me like a wall. Cold air filled my lungs, sharp and clean and too big. The darkness outside was deeper than inside, a vast black ocean broken only by the porch light's yellow circle and the faint silhouette of trees. I ran off the porch, and my feet hit gravel. Pain exploded through the soles of my feet as sharp stones cut and pressed into skin. It didn't slow me down. I barely registered it. My body was running on something older than pain. The truck sat in the clearing like a lifeline. I yanked the door open and dove inside, slamming it so hard the window rattled. My hands shook so violently it took me 2 tries to get the key into the ignition. I turned it. The engine clicked. Nothing. My heart stopped. I turned it again, harder, as if force could bully mechanics into obedience. Click. Click. Nothing. For a split second, I couldn't breathe. The world narrowed to that dead sound and the cabin's porch light shining behind me, and I thought, this is it. This is the part where the story ends because the car won't start. I didn't look back. I couldn't. My hand trembled on the key. Sweat slicked my palm. The cold air felt like needles in my nostrils. I whispered, not to anyone, not even to myself, just a sound that came out like a plea. Come on. I turned the key a 3rd time. The truck coughed. The engine sputtered as if it might die immediately. Then it roared to life. Relief hit so hard it was almost nausea. My whole body flooded with heat. I jammed the gear into reverse gravel, spitting under the tires, and tore backward without caring where I was aiming. As I spun the wheel and the headlights swept across the cabin, the beam caught the front window for a brief second. I saw the living room in a harsh white slice, the blanket on the floor, the dark mouth of the hallway, and just for an instant, something low and pale near the bedroom doorway. Not a face, not a full body, just the suggestion of a hand close to the floor, as if it had reached out to steady itself. Then the headlights passed and the cabin was darkness again. I slammed the truck into drive and sped down the dirt road, branches whipping the sides, my feet bleeding onto the floor mat, my shoulder throbbing in delayed pain. I didn't stop until the cabin was gone behind me. And even then, I kept my eyes on the rearview mirror longer than the road ahead, because some part of me was still expecting to see the porch light receding and a shape standing calmly in it, watching me leave like it had all night to wait for me to come back. Chapter 2, 1:24 a.m. 2.3. The police station in town looked like every small-town police station I'd ever seen in movies. Too bright, too quiet, and built like it expected nothing important to happen. A squat building off the main road, a flag out front that hung limp in the night. A few patrol cars lined up under yellow parking lot lights. I pulled in so fast, gravel snapped under my tires, then sat in the truck for a second, with my hands locked on the steering wheel chest, heaving like I'd just run a mile. My feet hurt in a distant, stupid way, like the pain was trying to remind me I was still a body and not just fear. I looked down and realized the floor mat was spotted dark. Blood. Tiny smears and drops where sharp gravel had cut my soles. It didn't feel real. None of it did. My shoulder throbbed now that the adrenaline was thinning each heartbeat, sending a pulse of pain down my arm. I had to force myself to get out. The air outside the station was warmer than at the cabin, but it still tasted like night dust and asphalt and old exhaust. The front door buzzed when I pushed it open, and fluorescent light hit me so hard it made me squint. Inside, the place smelled like disinfectant and burnt coffee. A woman behind the counter looked up. Her eyes flicked to my bare feet, then to my face. She didn't smile. "Can I help you?" My mouth opened, and nothing came out for a second. I felt ridiculous, like I'd driven an hour into town in the middle of the night to tell a stranger that there was a hand under my bed. I tried again. My cabin. Somebody broke in. They were in there. The sentence sounded wrong even as I said it. Too vague, too dramatic, too much like a story. She stood up, came around the counter, and guided me toward a bench like she'd done it before. "What's your address?" she asked, already reaching for a notepad. I told her. My voice shook on the words. When I described the broken window, the muddy prints, the hand, I heard my own story in the air under those lights, and I hated it. It didn't sound like proof. It sounded like paranoia. I expected her expression to change to skepticism, to polite dismissal. Instead, her face stayed neutral. That was worse. She disappeared through a doorway and returned with a deputy a minute later. He was tall and broad, with tired eyes and hair that looked like he cut it himself. His uniform shirt didn't sit perfectly straight, like he'd been sleeping in it. He had the kind of calm that comes from dealing with other people's panic for a living. He held out his hand. "Deputy Rourke," he said. I shook it. His palm was warm and dry. He looked me over quickly. "You hurt just." I glanced down at my feet. I ran. He nodded like that made sense. We went through it again. Details times distances. I told him about the engine not starting on the first try, because even that felt important, like the cabin itself had wanted to keep me there a second longer. I told him about leaving my phone behind, and the shame of that hit me like a slap. A grown man, barefoot and bleeding, confessing he ran so hard, he forgot the one device that connects you to help. Rourke didn't comment. He listened. Then he asked one question that made my stomach drop. "Anyone know you were heading up there?" "No," I said. "I didn't tell anyone." He watched me for a beat, measuring something behind his eyes. Then he nodded once. "All right," he said. "We'll go take a look." A second deputy joined us. They didn't rush. They moved with the slow, careful efficiency of people who have learned that rushing makes mistakes, and mistakes get you killed. They told me to drive behind their cruiser. On the way back, my headlights cut through the dark like knives. The road felt narrower than it had earlier. Trees pressed in. Every now and then, my eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a second set of headlights following us. There were none. We arrived at the cabin a little after 3. From the outside, it looked almost peaceful. The porch light still burned steady and warm like it had been waiting for me to return. The generator's hum filled the clearing. Through the front windows, I could see the faint red glow of the fire still alive in the hearth. Too normal. Rourke got out first, hand resting near his holster. The other deputy moved around the side, flashlight up, scanning the tree line. Their beams sliced through the darkness and made the forest look like a series of flat, pale panels. I stayed close behind Rourke because my legs wanted to fold. The closer we got, the more my skin prickled, as if the cabin remembered me. Rourke opened the front door with my key. He didn't step inside right away. He listened, head tilted slightly, like he was trying to catch a whisper. Then he went in. The cabin lights were still on. The living room looked exactly as I'd left it, except for the blanket on the floor. It lay beneath the broken window like a defeated thing. And the mud. It was still there. Under the harsh beam of the deputy's flashlights, the boot prints looked even more impossible. Dark, wet, sharply defined. The tread pattern repeated like a stamp. It led from the window across the living room into the hallway. Fresh enough that a slight shine sat on the surface. The second deputy crouched near the blanket and ran a gloved finger along one print. He held his hand up to the light. "Still wet," he said quietly. Rourke's eyes moved to me. Not accusing, not doubting, just confirming. He nodded once, then signaled for the other deputy to clear the rooms. They went through the cabin methodically. Closet, bathroom, behind the shower curtain, under the couch, the kitchen pantry. They checked doors and windows. They shined lights into corners, and under furniture, the beams jittering with every movement. No one. No shadow bolting out. No sudden breath. No body. When they reached my bedroom, I felt my stomach twist hard enough to make me nauseous. I stood at the doorway and watched, unable to step fully inside. Rourke looked at the boot prints around the bed, and then at the floor beyond them. "Where'd you say they stopped?" he asked. "Right there," I said, voice thin, "by the pillow." He followed the prints to the end. He stared at the clean hardwood beyond, as if he expected to find some smear I'd missed. Then he crouched. My throat tightened. For a split second, I thought he was going to look under the bed the way I had, and I felt my body prepare to run all over again. But Rourke didn't reach under. He leaned closer to the bed frame, shining his flashlight along the baseboard and the floorboards beneath. His expression changed slightly. Not fear exactly. More like irritation, like he'd spotted a lie in a place he didn't expect one. He dragged the light beam back and forth, then lowered it until it hit at an angle. I saw it then too. Long, shallow lines in the wood. Thin grooves, almost delicate, running from deeper under the bed toward the open edge. Not gouges, not damage from moving furniture. More like something sharp had scraped there again and again, like fingernails, or something harder than nails. The other deputy leaned in. "Could be old," he said, but his voice didn't sound convinced. Rourke didn't answer right away. He stood up slowly, eyes still on the marks. Then he looked at me. In that dim bedroom with the flashlight glare whitening his face, he didn't look like a guy playing cop in a quiet town. He looked like someone who'd learned to recognize patterns the way hunters do, by the way the world goes quiet, by the way a trail doesn't make sense, by the way something tries to hide its own movement. He exhaled through his nose. "This isn't the first time somebody woke up at that cabin," he said. My stomach dropped. He paused just long enough for the words to settle. "But you're the first one who saw the hand." For a second, I couldn't speak. The air in the room felt too heavy, like the cabin had leaned in to hear him say it. "What do you mean?" I managed. Rourke's mouth tightened. "I mean, we've had calls. Over the years. Folks hear things. Folks find doors unlocked when they swore they locked them. Folks see tracks and then talk themselves out of it in daylight." He glanced at the boot prints again. "Most people don't come in here shaking like you did. Most people convinced themselves it was a raccoon. My mouth went dry. So you knew? He shook his head. I didn't know. He emphasized the word. This area's full of cabins, full of people who get drunk and spook themselves, full of trespassers who think empty places are theirs to use, but he nodded toward the scratch marks. That's not from a raccoon. The other deputy cleared his throat, shifting his weight. We should check outside, he said, like he wanted distance from the bed. They did. They walked the perimeter with flashlights, scanning for tracks in the dirt. The ground around the cabin was hard-packed and littered with pine needles. Footprints would have been faint, even in the best conditions. Still, we found signs. Near the tree line, not far from the back window, there was a patch of disturbed earth. A place where needles had been pushed aside. A shallow impression like someone had knelt there. Rourke stared at it a long time. Then he stood and looked out into the forest beyond the beams of our flashlights. Could be somebody camping out, he said, but it didn't sound like an answer. It sounded like a label you put on something you didn't want to name. He took down my statement, wrote notes, asked me again if anyone knew I was coming. He told me they'd file a report, that they'd keep an eye out, that I should secure the window properly and consider a security system if I kept coming up there. All practical advice. All normal. None of it fit the image in my head. The pale hand under my bed, the finger twitching as if it had been waiting for me to notice it. When the deputies finally left, the cabin felt worse than it had when I'd returned with them. Like their presence had been a thin layer of protection, and now that layer was gone. Rourke stood by his cruiser before he got in and said one last thing. "Don't stay here tonight," he told me. "I wasn't going to," I said. He nodded. His eyes were tired. "Good." I drove back to town in silence, following the cruiser's taillights until they peeled off toward another road and left me alone with my headlights and my thoughts. At a cheap motel, I checked in under buzzing neon and forced myself to step onto carpet that smelled like old smoke. I locked the door. Then I checked it again. Then I dragged the dresser slightly, just enough to feel like I'd done something. I lay on the bed, fully dressed, staring at the ceiling. And in the gaps between the motel's normal noises, the hum of an AC unit, a car passing on the road, I kept hearing it. Not a voice. Not a footstep. That soft, careful sound from the cabin. A scrape. As if something just under the floorboards was shifting its weight, getting comfortable, waiting for the moment I stopped listening. Chapter 3. The Week You Can't Explain 3.1. When I got back to the city, I expected relief to hit me like a wave. That's how it works in your head, right? You leave the dark woods behind. You trade pine needles and silence for streetlights and neighbors and the constant background noise of civilization. You put miles between yourself and whatever happened, and your body finally understands it can unclench. Except my body didn't unclench. It tightened. The first thing I noticed when I pulled into my apartment complex was how loud everything was. Cars idling, a distant siren, someone's dog barking behind a fence, music leaking through a window, the cheap rattling of an air conditioner struggling against summer heat. It should have been comforting. It should have felt like proof that I was back in the world where people would hear me if I screamed. Instead, it felt like camouflage. Noise that could cover something small. A footstep in a hallway. A door latch settling. A soft scrape under a bed. I carried my duffel bag up the stairs and fumbled my keys like I'd forgotten how to use my own hands. Inside the apartment looked exactly the way I'd left it. Mail on the counter, a dish in the sink, a half-folded blanket on the couch. Normal. That word meant nothing to me anymore. I locked the door behind me. Then I locked it again. Not in the sense of turning the knob twice, there was only one deadbolt, but in the sense of checking it, then checking it again, then putting my hand on it one more time, just to feel the metal and confirm it was real. The cabin had taught me a new reflex proof, or it didn't happen. I set my bag down and stood very still in the living room, listening to my own apartment the way I'd listened to the cabin. For a moment, all I could hear was the refrigerator cycling and the distant roar of traffic from the main road. No scrape, no tapping, no quiet shift in the corner. My shoulders relaxed half an inch, that's all. Not relief, just a tiny loosening, like my body was granting me a single breath. I didn't sleep that night. I told myself I was too wired from what happened, that I needed time. I showered and watched the dirty water run down the drain as if I could wash Idaho out of my pores. I ate nothing. I drank water and tasted gravel in the back of my throat. When I finally crawled into bed, it was after 2 a.m. The room was dark, but the city never lets darkness settle fully. There was light leaking in from the parking lot, faint orange bars across my wall. I lay there staring at the ceiling. Every time I closed my eyes, my brain played the same real boot prints. Pillow. Clean floor beyond them. A pale hand in the dark. I could feel the poker in my grip even though it wasn't there. I could feel the cold shock of gravel under my bare feet. I could hear my truck engine clicking dead on the first attempt. The first time I drifted off, it lasted maybe 10 minutes. I woke up with a full-body jerk and sat upright, heart slamming like I'd been chased. The room was silent except for my own breathing. I listened and listened until my ears rang. Then I did the thing I swore I wouldn't do ever again. I looked under the bed. I didn't get on my knees like I had at the cabin. I didn't lower myself slowly. I just swung my legs over, leaned down, and let my eyes dive into the dark space beneath. Boxes, dust, a stray sock, nothing else. I exhaled and felt a wave of exhaustion crash over me. My hands were shaking. I lay back down and stared at the closet. The closet door was slightly open the way I'd left it earlier that day when I grabbed a hoodie. In the dim city light, the crack looked like a slit, like an eye. I got up and closed it. Then I opened it again, flicked on the light, and stared into the closet like I was waiting for someone to blink first. No one was there. I shut it, hard. I got back into bed and forced myself to breathe evenly. Inhale, hold, exhale. It didn't matter. Half an hour later, I was up again, checking under the bed again. By morning, my head felt packed with cotton. My skin felt too tight. My thoughts were slow and sticky, like my mind was wading through mud. I went to work anyway. I sat at my desk, answered emails, nodded at coworkers in the hallway. I smiled at a joke someone made about weekend plans and realized I didn't remember what they'd said because I'd been staring at the shadow beneath a filing cabinet across the room. My job was the kind of job where you can go through the motions on autopilot meetings, spreadsheets, calendar reminders. The kind of job where you're expected to respond to emails like a functioning adult. I did it. Barely. Every time my phone buzzed with a notification, my body flinched. Every time someone walked behind me, I tensed, waiting for the sound of boot soles on carpet. At lunch, I sat in my car and ate nothing. I watched people walk past their faces, neutral, their lives untouched. It made me feel like I'd come back wrong, like I'd returned to the world wearing something invisible that marked me. That night, I still didn't sleep. And the night after that? It wasn't insomnia in the normal sense. It wasn't racing thoughts about work or relationships or money. It was a single thought, heavy and repetitive. If I stop listening, I won't hear it move. After 3 nights, my apartment started to feel less like a home and more like a checkpoint. I began building rituals, Ritual number 1. Lock the door. Check it, then press my palm against it and count to 5. Ritual number 2. Check the windows. Every window. Touch the latches. Tug them to make sure they wouldn't lift. I did it even on the second floor, where a rational person would say it was unnecessary. Ritual number 3. Closet. Under the bed. Behind the shower curtain. Always in that order. Always the same. The order mattered in a way I couldn't explain. The order was structure. It was my attempt to put rules around chaos. On the 4th day back, I went to Walmart after work, like a man going to buy supplies for a storm. I walked through aisles under unforgiving fluorescent lights and felt my skin crawl because the light reminded me of the police station. I bought a door wedge, cheap rubber, bright yellow. I bought a second deadbolt, even though I wasn't sure my landlord would allow it. I bought a little battery-powered alarm meant for hotel doors, the kind you hang on the knob, and it shrieks if someone touches it. I bought a motion camera from the electronics section, the kind people use to watch their pets when they're at work. The cashier scanned everything without looking at me. The receipt printed like a long confession. Back home, I installed what I could. I wedged the door. I hung the alarm. I set up the camera facing my bedroom door. When I tested it, the alarm's shriek made my heart drop into my stomach. I had to sit on the floor for a minute to stop shaking. That was the moment I realized something humiliating and true. I had become afraid of noise. Noise meant attention. Noise meant movement. Noise meant the thing in the dark had decided to act. The camera took some of the pressure off, at least in theory. If something moved, I'd have proof. Proof meant I wasn't crazy. Proof meant I could show someone, and they'd have to believe me. But the camera created a new fear too, because now there would be footage of whatever happened, and I wasn't sure I wanted to see it. On the 5th day, I finally slept for 2 hours. I only know because I woke up and my phone said 4:12 a.m. The room felt different, like I'd been dragged under for a while. My tongue was dry, my head ached, and when I shifted, my foot bumped something at the edge of the bed. A shoe. I sat up slowly and stared down. My sneakers were side by side on the floor where I always left them. Nothing strange about that except for one detail. The left shoe had a dark smudge along the side near the sole, a thin, dusty streak like dried mud. I frowned and lifted it, turning it in my hands. The mud was real, crumbly at the edge, dry. I stared at it for a long moment, confused in a way that turned quickly into dread. I hadn't worn those shoes since before the cabin trip. I'd come home and tossed my duffel bag down and taken them off at the door like always. I'd worn a different pair to work since then. The sneakers should have been clean. My throat tightened. I brought the shoe closer to the lamp and rubbed the smudge with my thumb. Dirt flaked off onto my skin. Not city dirt, not the gritty gray dust you get from sidewalks. This was darker, richer, the color of wet soil once it dries. I sat there holding the shoe like it was evidence, and my mind went back to the boot prints in the cabin. The wet shine, the tread pattern, the way the mud looked almost fresh even after time had passed. I looked at my other shoe. There was a faint smudge on it too, less obvious, like someone had tried not to leave a mark. A laugh escaped me, sharp and empty. It made no sense. I hadn't been anywhere. Unless I had and I didn't remember. Unless I'd tracked something in and didn't notice. Or unless the mark wasn't from my foot at all. I set the shoes down carefully, as if moving them too roughly might wake something. Then I opened my phone and pulled up the camera feed from the night. The footage showed me going to bed. It showed darkness. It showed nothing moving. No shadow in the doorway. No shape crawling along the floor. no hand reaching out. At 1:24 a.m., the timestamp flickered for half a second, just a small digital glitch, and then continued. I stared at that glitch until my eyes burned. I didn't know what it meant. I didn't know if I was seeing patterns because I needed them. But I knew with a sick certainty that settled into my bones, whatever happened at that cabin hadn't stayed there neatly like a bad memory. It had followed me back in small, believable pieces, in rituals, in smudges, in the way my life shrank down to a series of checks and locks and quiet breathing in the dark. I still went to work. I still answered emails. I still nodded at neighbors in the hallway. But I did it all carefully, like a man trying not to spill something he couldn't afford to drop. And the worst part was that no one could see the change from the outside. From the outside, I looked like myself. From the inside, I was living smaller. Like I'd learned how to take up less space in the world. Like that was the lesson the cabin had started teaching me. Chapter 3. The week you can't explain, 3.2. The first time I told myself I needed proof, it sounded reasonable. That's what you do when something happens that doesn't fit into the neat little categories your life relies on. You gather evidence. You verify. You build a case. Proof is the thing you bring to another person so they can't smile politely and say, "Maybe you were just tired." But the truth is, I didn't want proof because I planned to show it to anyone. I wanted proof because I needed it to hold me in place. Without proof, fear turns into a story you can rewrite. Without proof, your brain starts sanding down the edges. It turns the hand under the bed into a shadow. It turns the boot prints into smudges. It turns the whole night into an overreaction. Proof would keep it sharp. Proof would keep it real. On the 6th night back from the cabin, I sat at my kitchen table with my phone in front of me and the apartment's overhead light glaring down like an interrogation lamp. I hadn't slept more than 2 hours at a time in a week. My skin felt dry. My eyes ached. Every sound from the hallway outside my door made me lift my head like a dog. I opened my Photos app and scrolled back to the cabin trip. At first it was all ordinary. A picture of the dirt road taken through the windshield. A quick shot of the mountains in the distance washed out by glare. A photo of my coffee cup on the porch railing, steam rising into cold air. Then the images shifted into that night, the ones I'd taken almost automatically when I saw the broken window. I remembered taking those. I remembered the way my hands shook, the way I held the phone low and tried to steady it against my body. Broken glass, the jagged frame, the blanket nailed up like a bandage. I scrolled slower, my thumb moving in small increments. Each photo made the cabin feel closer, as if I could smell the resin again just by looking. My heart rate climbed. Then I hit a picture I did not remember taking. It was grainy and tilted, like the phone had been lifted without care. The timestamp put it at 9:47 p.m. that first night. The image showed the hallway. Not the living room, not the broken window. The hallway leading to my bedroom. The firelight was dim and red, making the walls look bruised. The frame of my bedroom doorway sat at the end like a black square. And in that black square, there was something. Not a clear face, not a clear body, just a blur at floor level, pale against the darkness, as if something low had been partially caught by the camera's auto exposure. My breath stopped. I brought the phone closer and zoomed in. The image pixelated the blur, breaking into blocks of color. But the shape didn't disappear. It held its outline stubbornly, like it wanted to be seen. A pale arc, a suggestion of fingers. My hands started to tremble so badly I had to set the phone down on the table. The screen glowed up at me, accusing. I tried to remember taking it, I couldn't. 9:47. That was around the time I'd been reading on the couch, bourbon in my mug, trying to convince myself the tapping hadn't happened. I remembered standing up once to put more wood in the fireplace. I remembered walking toward the back wall to check the blanket. I did not remember holding my phone up and snapping a photo of the hallway. I swallowed hard, then picked the phone up again. Maybe it was a live photo. Maybe it had captured a second of movement. Maybe I'd see my own hand in the frame, proof that it was me. I pressed and held. The image animated. Just a tiny second of motion, the flames in the hearth shifting, shadows wavering, and the pale blur near the floor didn't move. It stayed there steady, as if it wasn't part of the flickering light at all. A cold, heavy pressure settled behind my eyes. I felt nauseous, like I was looking at something I wasn't supposed to have. I shut the live photo off. I zoomed back out. I stared at the timestamp again, as if the numbers might rearrange into something less damning. They didn't. I sat there for a long time, phone in my hand, mind running in circles. If I didn't take that picture, who did? That question is where you start to sound insane, even in your own head. I stood up abruptly, as if movement could shake the thought loose. I went to my bedroom and opened my closet. Nothing. I got down on my knees and looked under my bed, dust and boxes. I checked my bathroom shower curtain, ridiculous with my own fear. Nothing. Back in the kitchen, the phone sat on the table like an open eye. I made myself do something practical. I opened the security camera app on my phone and pulled up the footage from the last few nights. I checked it once, already saw nothing but darkness and my own restless movements. But now I watched with different eyes, searching for anything that didn't belong. The footage was boring at first. Me leaving the bedroom, me coming back, me sitting on the edge of the bed at 2 a.m. and rubbing my face like a man who'd lost a fight. Then, around 1:24 a.m. again, that number, the video did something subtle. There was no motion alert, no push notification, no movement detected. The timestamp simply jumped, not by a lot. Half a second, maybe a second. A tiny stutter like a skipped heartbeat. I rewound and watched again. The same stutter. And right after it, for 3 frames, barely anything, the darkness in my doorway looked different. Not a person standing there, not a clear silhouette, just a deeper smear of black where the hallway behind it should have been lighter. Like the light from the kitchen beyond had been blocked for a fraction of a second. My throat tightened. I paused the video and stepped frame by frame. 1 frame, doorway empty. Next frame, doorway darker, as if something passed low and close. Next frame, doorway empty again. No alert, no sound, no proof I could point to and say, this is a human being. But it was enough to ruin me. Because it meant something could move through the space outside my bedroom, and my camera, my proof machine, wouldn't even bother to acknowledge it. I shut the app and sat down hard on the couch. The apartment around me felt suddenly fragile. Walls too thin, windows too easy. I stared at my back window. My apartment wasn't on the ground floor, but it wasn't high either, just low enough that someone could climb if they wanted to. The window faced a narrow strip of grass and a line of shrubs that separated the complex from a service road. At night, the parking lot lights spilled around the edges, leaving the shrubs in thick shadow. I got up and checked the latch. Locked. I checked it again. Locked. I left my hand on the glass for a moment and felt how cool it was. Then I stepped back, annoyed with myself. "Stop," I muttered. "You're home." That night, I forced myself to go through my rituals and then lie down. Door wedge, alarm, closet, under bed, lights off. I told myself I wasn't going to check the camera again. I told myself I wasn't going to spiral. I told myself I needed to sleep even if my brain screamed. Somewhere around midnight, I drifted off into a shallow, uncomfortable doze. And then I woke up, not with a full-body jolt like the cabin, but with a slow awareness that something had changed. The apartment was too quiet. Not the city being quiet, my apartment. The refrigerator wasn't cycling. The AC had turned off. Even the distant traffic sounded muffled, like my building had been wrapped in cloth. My eyes opened in the dark. The room was lit faintly by the same orange bars of parking lot light on the wall. I lay still and listened, and the silence felt intentional. I turned my head toward the window. At first, I saw nothing, just the dark rectangle of glass reflecting a faint glow. Then I noticed something on the sill, a small mark, a smear no bigger than a fingertip, dark against the painted white wood. My heart rate spiked instantly. My mouth went dry. I sat up slowly, keeping my eyes on it the entire time, as if looking away might give it permission to move. I crossed the room without turning on a light. I didn't want to lose the mark in brightness. Darkness had trained my eyes to pick out the wrong details. When I reached the window, I leaned in. The smear was mud, not dust, not a dead bug. Mud dried at the edges, still slightly damp in the center, as if it had been pressed there recently. A muddy fingerprint, faint but unmistakably human. I stared at it for a long moment, feeling my chest tighten. It hadn't rained. I knew that because I'd checked the weather obsessively since coming home. No rain, no wet ground, no reason for mud. I ran my thumb lightly along the mark. The mud lifted onto my skin in a thin line. Dark, rich, the color of soil that comes from somewhere deeper than city landscaping. I pulled my hand back like I'd touched something hot. My eyes went to the glass. Outside, the shrubs swayed slightly in the wind. The service road beyond was empty. No headlights, no movement. But I couldn't shake the feeling that if I stared long enough, I'd see a shape detach itself from the shadow and step forward. I backed away from the window and nearly tripped over my own shoes. The door alarm on my front knob hung there silent and stupid. I looked at it and felt something like rage. All the locks and wedges and cameras and still mud appeared where it shouldn't. I grabbed my phone and opened the camera app, snapping a picture of the smear before my brain could talk me out of it. The flash flared bright white, briefly revealing every corner of the room. Nothing. The apartment returned to darkness. My breath came shallow. My hands shook. I didn't know what to do with the fear now that it had a physical shape again. A small, undeniable shape, mud on my windowsill. I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at my thumb where the dirt streaked it, and realized the thought I'd been avoiding since the cabin. If something could get to my apartment window, then distance didn't matter. Idaho didn't matter. Town didn't matter. And if I had a photo of my hallway I didn't remember taking, if my camera could miss a shadow, if mud could appear without rain, then I wasn't dealing with a simple break-in anymore. I was dealing with something that understood me, something that watched how I moved through spaces, something that didn't need to smash and steal and run, something that could touch my life lightly, just enough to prove it could, and then step back into the dark. I stared at my phone screen until my vision blurred, and then with fingers that didn't feel like mine, I scrolled to a contact I hadn't spoken to in months. Mason. My thumb hovered. I hesitated because calling him meant saying it out loud. It meant hearing myself sound crazy. Then I hit call anyway, because there are moments when pride becomes less important than being believed. The line rang. Once. Twice. And as I waited for him to pick up, I kept my eyes locked on the window, on the small, dark fingerprint on the sill, because some part of me still expected it to change shape. To become 5 fingers instead of 1. To become a whole hand. To become proof that it wasn't done yet. Chapter 3. The Week You Can't Explain 3.3. Mason answered on the 3rd ring, and for a second, I almost hung up. Not because I didn't want to talk to him, because hearing another human voice felt like stepping into sunlight after being underground, but because I could already hear myself in his head. I could already picture the look on his face, polite concern, the kind you reserve for someone who's had too much stress and not enough sleep. "Hey," he said. His voice was rough, like I'd pulled him out of a dream. "What's up?" I stared at the muddy smear on my windowsill and forced words out. "I need you to listen," I said, "and I need you not to interrupt me until I'm done." A pause, a shift in his breathing. Mason was the kind of guy who could hear urgency and decide whether it was real in the span of a heartbeat. "All right," he said. "Go." So I told him. Not the polished version, not the version you tell as a funny story over drinks. I told him the ugly, panicked version, the broken window, the blanket, the boot prints, the hand under the bed, the truck not starting, the police. Deputy Rourke's face when he saw the scratches in the floor. I told him about the photo on my phone that I didn't remember taking. I told him about the glitch at 1:24 on my camera feed. I told him about the mud on my apartment windowsill, even though it hadn't rained. By the time I finished, my throat felt scraped raw. I realized I'd been speaking too fast, like I was afraid the words would disappear if I didn't force them out. There was silence on the line. Then Mason exhaled slowly. "Okay," he said. "Okay, that's a lot." "I know how it sounds," I said too quickly. "I know. But it's real. It happened." And my voice cracked, and I hated that. Hated that I sounded like someone begging to be taken seriously. Mason didn't laugh. He didn't immediately reassure me either, which would have felt like dismissal in disguise. Instead, he asked, "You still have the cabin, yes. And the window's still busted, I don't know." I admitted. I didn't board it up. I couldn't stay there. I left. The cops came back with me, and then I drove into town. I haven't been back since. Another pause. Then he said, "We should go up there." The words hit me like cold water. "You'll come with me?" I asked, even though that's what I wanted, even though I'd called him for exactly that reason. "Yeah," he said. "Not because I think you're crazy. Because if somebody's squatting in your place, you need it secured. And if it's something else, then being alone isn't doing you any favors." My chest loosened for the first time in days. "Thank you," I whispered. "Don't thank me yet," he said. "We do this smart." He started listing things the way he always did when he decided to take control: plywood sheets, a drill, screws, a proper set of locks, maybe a motion light, maybe a trail cam. He suggested we go in daylight, leave before dark, and if anything looked off, we turn around. The practical tone grounded me. It made it all feel like a problem you could solve with materials and planning. And then Mason said, "Wait." What I asked. "Hold on," he said, and I could hear him shifting, probably sitting up. "You said you drove 8 hours north, then took the dirt road the last mile, right? Yeah. And you enter off that main road, then there's that dirt stretch and the cabin's in a clearing. Right." Mason was quiet for a moment. I could almost see him thinking the way his mind always worked, like a mechanic's turning the problem over, looking for the missing bolt. Then he said, "Are you sure your cabin is the only cabin on that road?" The question landed wrong. It didn't fit with the rest of the plan. It wasn't a tool list question. It wasn't a what brand of plywood question. It was a question that made the inside of my skull feel hollow. "What do you mean?" I asked. "I mean," he said slowly, "those mountain roads. Sometimes they have more than one pull-off, more than one little clearing. People build cabins all over the place. It's not like a neighborhood with street signs. If you're tired, 8 hours dark, are you sure you didn't go to the wrong one?" I felt a sick pulse in my stomach. "I know my cabin," I said, but my voice didn't have the confidence I wanted. "I've been there a bunch of times." "I'm not saying you don't," Mason replied, careful. "I'm saying, if there's another cabin up there, abandoned or not, somebody could be using it. And if you pulled into the wrong clearing," I didn't. I snapped sharper than I meant to. The idea offended me because it offered a simple explanation and a new kind of horror at the same time. If I'd broken into someone else's cabin by mistake, then I was the intruder. I was the problem. I'd walked into the wrong story. But if I hadn't, if it was my cabin, then the question still mattered in a different way. If there was another cabin on that road, then there were other places someone could hide nearby. Other structures, other rooms, other beds. Mason didn't push. He just let the thought sit there between us. Finally, he said, "Let's go up tomorrow or the next day. Middle of the day. We board it up properly. We put a lock on it you can trust. And we don't stay the night." Deal, I said, and I meant it. Before we hung up, he told me to text him my cabin's coordinates and the directions I used. He told me to take pictures of the windowsill mud and send them. He said it the way you'd talk to someone you were trying to reassure without making them feel pitied. When the call ended, I sat on the edge of my bed for a long time, phone heavy in my hand. The apartment noises returned, the refrigerator cycling, the distant car, passing someone in the hall, coughing. Normal again. But Mason's question wouldn't let my mind settle. "Are you sure it's the only cabin?" I got up and went into my bathroom, mostly because I needed to do something with my hands. The bright light over the mirror made my face look washed out and older than it should have. My eyes were rimmed red. There was a faint bruise on my shoulder from the doorframe at the cabin, still blooming. I turned on the faucet and splashed water on my face. Cold droplets ran down my cheeks, like sweat. When I leaned in to wipe my skin with a towel, my gaze snagged on something in the mirror. A smear. Thin. Faint. Almost invisible unless you caught it at the right angle. It ran along the lower edge of the glass, near where your fingers might rest if you leaned close. I stared at it, blinking, trying to convince myself it was toothpaste. Condensation. Anything. Then I noticed the shape. It wasn't a random smear. It was the faint curve of a fingerprint, one partial pad, with the slightest suggestion of ridgelines. And it was on the inside of the mirror. My mouth went dry. My first instinct was to lift my own hand and compare it to see if the print matched my thumb or my index finger. I didn't do it. I didn't want my skin on that glass. I didn't want to complete a pattern I didn't understand. I stood there frozen, staring at that faint mark, and felt the same pressure between my shoulder blades I'd felt at the cabin, like someone stood behind me very close, watching me stare. The bathroom was empty. The door was open. The apartment was quiet. I looked at my reflection and realized my hands were curled tight at my sides, fingers flexing as if they wanted to grip something. A weapon, a phone, a door handle, proof. I forced myself to breathe out. Then I leaned closer to the mirror again because fear makes you do stupid things. The fingerprint didn't fade. It didn't change. It stayed there stubbornly, as if it had been waiting for me to notice it. And in that bright bathroom light with my own face staring back at me, the thought that came wasn't dramatic. It was simple. If a print could appear on my window without rain, and on my mirror without me touching it, then whatever had been in my cabin hadn't just followed me. It had started leaving marks in places I couldn't explain. And tomorrow, when Mason and I drove back toward the mountains to board it up, I wasn't sure if we were going to secure the cabin or if we were walking straight toward the place where it had been waiting all along. Chapter 4. Daylight Lies 2 4.1. The morning Mason picked me up, the sky was perfect. Not just clear, polished. The kind of summer day that makes the world look like it's been edited for a travel brochure. Blue so clean it felt fake. Sunlight so bright it sharpened every edge. Even the air had that crisp, washed feeling that usually calms me down. It didn't. If anything, it made me feel worse. Because fear loves darkness. Fear loves shadows and unknown corners. Daylight is supposed to kill the imagination. It's supposed to make you roll your eyes at your own paranoia. As I loaded plywood sheets into Mason's truck bed, I could feel my brain already starting to argue with itself. Maybe you overreacted. Maybe it was some drunk trespasser. Maybe the hand was a shadow. Maybe you're tired and spiraling. Mason didn't say much on the drive. He had coffee in a travel mug and a pack of cigarettes he hadn't lit yet. He drove with the relaxed confidence of someone who believes roads are predictable. I watched his hands on the wheel and envied how steady they were. We stopped at a hardware store on the way out of town and bought more supplies than we needed: extra screws, a fresh deadbolt, a hasp lock, a tube of caulk, a cheap motion light. Mason insisted on a new flashlight even though we weren't going at night. Not for night, he said when I raised an eyebrow. For under things, he said it casually, like it was normal to plan for looking under beds in the middle of the day. Then we hit the highway. The city fell away. Buildings gave way to open land. The road stretched ahead in long, clean lines. Radio stations faded into static, then into nothing. Mason flipped the dial once, frowned, and turned it off. Silence filled the truck, punctuated by the occasional rattle of plywood shifting in the bed and the rush of wind. The farther we went, the more the landscape softened. Pines thickened. Mountains rose in the distance like a backdrop. The sunlight made everything look harmless green and gold, alive with birds and moving leaves. It should have been beautiful. It was. That was the problem. Beauty has a way of making horror feel impossible. It makes you question your own memory, like maybe you dreamed the ugly parts. I stared out at the trees and felt my chest tighten anyway. Halfway through the drive, Mason finally spoke, so he said, eyes still on the road, "Show me the picture." My stomach dropped. I'd sent him the hallway photo the night before, the one I didn't remember taking. He'd responded with a single word, Jesus. Now he wanted to see it again in person, like he was checking if my phone would somehow confess to a prank. I pulled my phone out and handed it to him. "Not while I'm driving," he said without looking. I held it in my lap like a live wire. The screen was dark. My thumb hovered over it. Part of me didn't want to open the photo again, like it would make the blur stronger, closer. Mason glanced at me. "You okay?" "Yeah," I lied. A few minutes later, we turned off the highway and onto the smaller roads, the ones that cut through empty stretches, where you could drive for 10 minutes without seeing another vehicle. The sun was higher now, warming the windshield. Mason rolled down his window and lit a cigarette, letting the smoke drift out. "What if it's nothing?" he asked, suddenly, voice neutral. I swallowed. Then we boarded up, and I stopped losing my mind. He nodded, as if that was a reasonable goal. "And if it's not nothing?" he asked. I didn't answer, because I'd been avoiding that question for days. I'd been trying to treat it like a problem with a solution. Broken window, replace window, install lock, done. But the mud on my apartment windowsill hadn't fit that shape. The fingerprint on my bathroom mirror hadn't fitted either. Whatever happened at the cabin didn't feel like a random act. It felt like a test. The last mile was the same as I remembered dirt road brush closing and the truck slowing as if the forest itself demanded a certain pace. Sunlight filtered through the pines in bright slashes. Dust rose behind us, floating in the air like pollen. Every scrape of a branch against the truck made my shoulders tense. Mason noticed. He didn't comment, but he slowed a little more. Then the clearing opened up, and the cabin appeared between trunks. It looked normal. I don't mean nothing happened here normal. I mean it looked like a cabin again, quiet, still harmless in the midday sun. The porch sat empty. The windows reflected sky. Birds flitted between branches. A faint breeze moved through the needles. There was no sign of danger, no sign of intrusion, no sign of the night I'd fled barefoot and bleeding. My brain tried to seize that normalcy like a lifeline. See, it whispered. See, you were wrong. But my body didn't relax. My body remembered. Mason killed the engine and stepped out first. He took a slow look around, head turning as if he expected to spot someone standing just beyond the tree line. Looks like a cabin, he said. Yeah, I replied, and hated how small my voice sounded. We unloaded the supplies. Plywood sheets, drill screws. Mason carried them like he'd done this 1,000 times. He moved with the casual competence of a man who believes in locks and walls. I followed, keys in my hand, heart beating too fast. The front door opened normally. The cabin smelled like it always did, at first old wood dust, faint smoke trapped in the stone of the fireplace, and then beneath it, there it was. That damp earth smell, subtle but unmistakable, like wet soil in a basement, like a garden turned over after rain. My stomach tightened. Mason stepped inside and frowned. You smell that? I stared at him. Yeah. He looked around slowly. It's not just cabin smell. It's dirt. Exactly, I said, and my voice came out sharper than I intended. Relief spiked through me because for the first time someone else had named it without me prompting them. Mason walked toward the back wall. The broken window was still open, the jagged frame catching sunlight now instead of firelight. The throw blanket I'd nailed up lay on the floor, folded in on itself like a surrendered thing. Dust had settled on it in a thin layer. Mason crouched and picked it up with 2 fingers, as if it were contaminated. This is what you nailed up, he asked. Yeah? He shook his head once. Not judgmental, just acknowledging how desperate it had been. He carried the blanket to the side and set it on a chair. Then he got to work. The sound of the drill filled the cabin, loud and industrial. It was jarring in that quiet space. It made me flinch at first, then steady. Noise is comforting when you control it. Noise means you're not sneaking. Noise means you're not prey. Mason measured the window frame, held the plywood up, and marked it with a pencil. He moved like someone following a recipe. He drilled pilot holes, set the plywood in place, and drove screws deep until the wood sat flush against the frame. The cabin looked instantly more secure. I watched him work and felt my mind trying to settle. Maybe it really was that simple. Maybe all I needed was to close the hole and move on. While Mason drilled, I checked the other windows. I tested every latch. I looked for cracks, for loose frames, for anything that might have been disturbed. Everything seemed fine. Too fine. I moved through the cabin with a strange mix of urgency and disbelief, like I was searching for proof that I wasn't insane, but also afraid of finding it. Mason finished the plywood and then moved to the front door. He replaced the deadbolt with a new one, the metal shining in the sunlight. He installed a hasp lock, too heavy duty, something you'd expect on a shed, not a cabin. Overkill, he said, is underrated. I nodded. My throat was too tight for humor. When we were done, the cabin looked like itself again. A place with walls and locks and light. A place you could pretend was safe. The damp earth smell lingered anyway. Mason noticed it too. He walked to the hallway and sniffed like a dog catching a trail. He moved toward my bedroom, then stopped and looked down at the floor near the bed frame. "You see those scratches?" he asked. My stomach dropped. I stepped closer. In daylight, the grooves were faint but visible. Thin lines in the wood, shallow and repeated, like something sharp had been dragged along the same path. Mason's jaw tightened slightly. "Could be from moving the bed," he said, but his tone didn't fully believe it. "I never move it," I replied. He didn't answer. Instead, he walked to the back door and stepped outside, circling around the cabin. I followed, squinting in the bright sun. Outside, the world looked too alive for anything terrible. Birds sang. Wind moved the branches. The ground was dry and littered with needles. Mason crouched near the tree line and held up a hand. "Stop." I froze. He reached down and picked something up from the dirt. Something small and pale. He turned it over between his fingers, then held it up so I could see. A cigarette butt. Not old and gray and broken down. Not something that had been out there for months. This one was recent enough that the paper still held its shape. The filter was clean, barely dirt-stained. Mason looked at the ground around it, then scanned the tree line again. "There's more," he said quietly. My chest tightened. He moved a few steps and found another butt, and another. A small cluster tucked just inside the edge of the trees, as if someone had sat there out of sight of the cabin and smoked while watching. Mason stood and brushed his hands on his jeans. He didn't smile. He didn't make a joke. He just looked at me, and for the first time since I'd called him, I saw something in his face that wasn't skepticism. It was the beginning of belief. "Okay," he said, voice low. "So you weren't imagining the company." I stared at the cigarette butts on the ground and felt the forest around us shift in my perception, the sunlight suddenly less comforting. Because someone had been here in daylight too. Not just at night. Someone had sat in those trees close enough to smell my fireplace smoke, close enough to hear my footsteps inside, close enough to wait. Chapter 4. Daylight Lies 2. 4.2. We should have left after the cigarette butts. That would have been the smart point to stop the board-the-window swap. The locks take the evidence and drive back to town while the sun was still high. Let the sheriff's office handle whatever idiot thought my cabin was a place to squat and smoke. But the cigarette butts did something to us. They turned the fear from abstract to physical. They gave it edges. They made it feel solvable. If someone had been watching from the tree line, then someone had also been standing there, sitting there, breathing there, leaving trash like any other person. That meant there were footprints somewhere. There had to be. Mason crouched and scanned the ground where the dirt met the pine needles. He used the toe of his boot to nudge aside the top layer gently, like he was looking for a trail without destroying it. "See this?" he asked. I stepped closer. At first, I saw nothing but brown needles and small stones. Then I noticed the pattern, slight depressions that didn't match the random scatter of the forest floor. A flattened strip, as if someone had walked the same path more than once. Mason followed it with his eyes, then stood and moved a few feet deeper into the trees. "Back here," he said. I hesitated. The sun filtered through branches in bright patches. Birds flicked between limbs. Everything looked normal. Normal in that place was starting to feel like a costume. I followed him anyway. The ground behind the cabin dipped slightly, creating a shallow bowl where water probably collected in spring. Ferns grew there, their fronds glossy in the light. The air was cooler shaded, and the smell changed. Not dramatically, just enough that my stomach tightened. It wasn't smoke anymore. It wasn't pine resin. It was dirt. Damp turned earth. Mason stopped near a cluster of low brush and pointed down. At first glance, it looked like nothing, just disturbed ground needles kicked aside. Then I saw the shape, a shallow hole. Not deep enough to be a proper pit, not wide enough to be a fire ring. Just a scooped-out depression in the soil, maybe 2 feet long and a foot wide, half filled back in, as if someone had started digging and then reconsidered. The grass around it had been torn up, roots exposed like pale veins. Clumps of soil sat on top of needles that should have covered them, dark and moist, too fresh to have been there long. I stared at it and felt the hair on my arms rise. Mason crouched and brushed loose dirt aside with his hand. "New," he said. His voice held a satisfaction I didn't like. The satisfaction of finding a clue. The satisfaction of being right. It's a dangerous feeling in a situation that can kill you. I knelt beside him and looked closer. The soil was darker beneath the top layer, wet enough to cling to his fingertips. And then I smelled it. Something faintly sweet. Not like flowers. Not like sap. More like something organic that had been sealed away and opened briefly. A thin sweetness that made the back of my throat itch. The kind of smell that doesn't belong in clean forest air. My stomach rolled. Mason sniffed too, nose wrinkling. "What the hell is that?" I didn't answer because the first thing my mind offered was a word I didn't want to say out loud. I stood up abruptly, wiping my hands on my jeans even though I hadn't touched anything. "We should go," I said. Mason looked up at me, surprised. "Go, we just found." "We found a hole," I said. My voice sounded flat wrong. "We found cigarette butts. That's enough. We can call Rourke, tell him someone's been back here." Mason's jaw tightened slightly. "Or we can find out what's in it." He reached into his truck pocket and pulled out a small folding shovel, one of those compact camping ones, cheap and sharp enough to cut into dirt. My heart kicked. "No," I said. Mason glanced at me. "Why not?" "Because if we dug, we would find something. Because the cabin had already taught me that curiosity is how you lose control of a situation. Curiosity is how you end up on your knees with your face close to darkness. Because the smell in that hole felt like a warning. But those were emotional reasons, and Mason was practical. Emotional reasons wouldn't convince him. So I said the simplest truth I had. Because if there's something in there, I told him I don't want to be the one who pulls it out. Mason stared at me for a moment, then looked down at the hole again. His expression shifted, not fear exactly, but the beginning of caution. He tapped the shovel against the dirt anyway, testing it. The sound was soft, just metal against earth. The forest didn't react. He scraped at the loose top layer, peeling back needles and clumps like he was unwrapping something. The smell thickened as the soil opened. Sweetness cut through it again, sharper now, and for a moment I had to turn my head and breathe through my mouth. Mason dug carefully, not the frantic digging you see in movies, but a methodical one. Scoop, lift, set aside, scoop again. The hole deepened by inches. He paused and leaned in, examining something. What I asked, voice tight. Mason didn't answer right away. He reached down with 2 fingers and pulled up a small clump of grass. It came out with more root than it should have, as if the ground beneath had been loosened intentionally. Under it, the soil looked disturbed in a different way, packed, then repacked. like someone had filled the hole back in quickly and pressed it down with hands or boots. Mason exhaled. Someone definitely did this on purpose. I felt my heart climb into my throat. I scanned the trees around us. The clearing behind the cabin was bright, but the woods beyond were darker, layered with shadow despite the sun. Every trunk looked like a hiding place. Every patch of brush looked like a blind. "Let's stop," I said again, quieter. "Please." Mason's eyes flicked to me. For a second I saw the conflict on his face, logic versus instinct. Then he heard it too. A sound. Not from the woods, from the cabin. A heavy, dull noise thunk like something had been dropped on the floor inside. We both froze. The sound echoed faintly through the trees, solid enough that there was no mistaking it for a branch falling outside. It was the sound of weight hitting hardwood. Mason's head snapped toward the cabin. The front door was visible around the corner, gleaming with the new lock we'd installed. The windows reflected sunlight. Everything looked still. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. "Yes," I said, and my voice barely worked. He straightened slowly, shovel still in his hand, like a weapon now. "That came from inside," he said. "It did," I confirmed. Mason's eyes narrowed. "We locked it." "I watched you lock it," I said. The forest went quiet in a subtle way again, like it was listening. Mason motioned with his head. "Go." We moved quickly but not carelessly, circling around the cabin's back corner toward the front. Every step felt too loud in the needles. My breath came shallow. My palms sweated. As we approached the porch, Mason lifted his free hand slightly, fingers spread, signaling me to stop behind him. He tested the doorknob. Locked. He tried the deadbolt. Locked. He glanced at me, and the look in his eyes was not skepticism anymore. It was something sharper. "Stay behind me," he said. He pulled his keyring out and unlocked the deadbolt. The metal clicked loud in the quiet afternoon. Then he unlocked the hasp. He opened the door slowly. The cabin smelled immediately wrong. Not just damp earth now. Something stronger, soil and smoke, and that faint sweetness again, drifting out, as if the cabin had been holding it in and was glad to release it. Mason stepped inside, first shovel raised slightly. I followed, heart banging. The living room looked normal at a glance. Couch, table, fireplace. Plywood covering the broken window screws tight. Then my eyes dropped to the floor. The fireplace poker was lying in the center of the living room, not leaning against the stone where it always stayed, not tucked to the side, placed, perfectly horizontal, like someone had set it down carefully and wanted it to be seen. A cold ripple moved through my stomach. Mason stared at it too. He didn't move for a second, as if stepping closer might trigger something. "That wasn't there," he said. "No," I whispered. Mason's gaze flicked toward the hallway, then toward the bedroom door, then back to the poker. His jaw tightened. He swallowed. The shovel in his hand suddenly looked stupid, because the poker wasn't just a piece of metal. It was a message. It said, "I know what you grabbed." It said, "I know where you ran." It said, "I can move things in your house without breaking anything." The cabin in daylight was supposed to feel safe again. Instead, it felt like the day had simply made the threat clearer. Not a monster in the dark. A presence with hands, with patience, with a way of touching your life softly enough that you couldn't prove it, while still leaving something behind to make sure you never forgot it happened. Chapter 4. Daylight Lies 2 4.3. After we found the poker in the middle of the living room, neither of us pretended it was nothing. Mason didn't crack a joke. I didn't try to rationalize. We stood there in the bright, honest daylight of the cabin and felt the same cold truth settle between us. Someone had been inside after we locked it. Or someone had never truly been out. Mason walked room to room with the shovel still in his hand, as if the cheap metal could change the rules. He checked the bathroom, the closet, the kitchen pantry. He opened cupboards and looked behind curtains. He stood in the hallway for a long moment, staring at the closed bedroom door like it might swing open on its own. I kept my eyes on the floor. Not because I was brave, because the floor was where this thing spoke. Mud, marks, smears, scratches. The story wasn't written in faces or voices. It was written in what got moved and what got left behind. Mason nudged the poker with his boot, careful not to touch it with his hands. It rolled slightly, the metal making a soft, hollow sound on hardwood. He stared at it, as if it might roll toward him on its own. "Let's get out of here," he said. "Yeah," I replied. My voice sounded thin in my own ears. We didn't discuss finishing the dig behind the cabin. We didn't discuss staying longer to figure it out. That confidence had drained out of Mason the moment the cabin proved it could rearrange itself without either of us seeing it happen. We gathered our tools quickly, moving like men who wanted to be gone before the forest noticed. Mason pulled screws from the plywood around the window to double-check they were tight, as if the act of tightening them again could erase the message. He tested the new locks a second time, then a third. I stood by the hallway, eyes refusing to leave the bedroom door. My shoulder still ached when I breathed deep. The memory of slamming into the doorframe that night sat in my muscles like an old bruise, and being back in that cabin made it flare. I wanted to leave with my whole body. But before we stepped out, something in me, the same stubborn need that had made me look under the bed in the first place, forced my feet toward the bedroom. Mason noticed me veering that way. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Just 1 second," I said. He frowned. "Don't." I didn't answer. I pushed the bedroom door open. The room was lit by sunlight spilling through the front windows and filtering down the hallway. It didn't reach deep into the corners. The far side of the room near the wall where my bed sat still held a pocket of shadow, like the cabin refused to fully surrender it. The bed looked normal. The sheets were rumpled from my last night there. A faint crease marked where my body had been. Dust sat on the bed frame in a thin layer, catching light like flour. That dust was the only reason I saw it. At first glance, the floor under the bed looked like it always did, dark, cluttered with old storage bins and the vague shapes of things I never bothered to sort. But when I crouched, keeping my head higher than I had the night of the hand, I noticed a line, a fresh mark in the dust. Not a footprint, not a handprint. A drag line. It started near the center under the bed and ran outward toward the edge as if something had been pulled across the floor. The dust was scraped aside in a narrow strip, revealing cleaner wood beneath. At the end of the strip, the dust piled slightly like it had been pushed. My throat tightened. "Mason," I said, voice low. He came to the doorway, then stepped inside when he saw my posture. "What?" he asked. I pointed. He crouched beside me, squinting. "Is that?" he began, then stopped. "Yeah," I whispered. "That wasn't there before." Mason leaned closer, careful not to put his hands on the floor. He traced the line with his eyes. It was subtle, almost delicate, but unmistakable once you saw it. The dust didn't lie. Dust is honest. It told you something moved, and it told you the direction. I felt my stomach drop for a different reason than before, because the drag mark didn't stop where I expected it to. It didn't end at the edge of the bed. It continued, past the bed frame, across the narrow strip of floor toward the wall. I blinked, confused. The wall was the wall. Solid drywall over studs. There was nothing to go into, and yet the line led right to the baseboard and disappeared under it, as if whatever had been dragged had slid right into the seam where wall met floor. Mason stared too, and I watched his skepticism fracture into something uneasy. He leaned in closer, angling his head following the scraped dust all the way to the baseboard. Then he said something that made my skin crawl. "That doesn't make sense," he murmured. I swallowed. No. Mason reached out slowly, reluctantly, and touched the baseboard near where the line ended. He pressed lightly with his fingertips as if expecting it to flex. It didn't. He moved his hand along the wall in a short line, tapping gently with his knuckles. The sound changed slightly in one spot. Not hollow like a movie secret passage. Not obvious. Just different. A faintly duller thud, as if the space behind that section of wall wasn't packed as tightly as the rest. Mason looked at me. The sunlight made his face look pale. "You ever done work on this place?" he asked. "No," I said. "It's always been like this." He tapped again, slower. Dull. Then he tapped 2 inches over. A slightly sharper sound. His eyes stayed fixed on the wall now. The wall that was supposed to be nothing more than the boundary of a room. The wall that in that moment felt like a thin skin stretched over something that could breathe. I stood up dizzy. My knees felt weak. Mason straightened too, the shovel hanging uselessly at his side. For a few seconds, we just stared at that section of wall like it might confess. Nothing happened. No panel slid open. No secret door creaked. But that was the trick, wasn't it? The cabin didn't do dramatic. The cabin did subtle. A poker placed in the middle of the floor. A drag mark in dust. A sound from inside when the door was locked. I backed away from the bed slowly, as if stepping too quickly might trigger something under it or in it. Mason grabbed my elbow. His grip was firm grounding. "We're leaving," he said. I nodded. I didn't trust my voice. We locked the cabin again. Deadbolt, hasp, both. Mason tested them twice. Then we walked down the porch steps into the bright afternoon. The air outside smelled clean. Pine and dust and sun-heated sap. It should have felt like escape. But as I followed Mason toward the truck, my eyes kept drifting back to the cabin windows, to the wall behind my bed, to the shape of the building itself sitting there quietly among the trees like it had always sat. And the thought that settled in my chest wasn't a scream. It was a cold, slow rearranging of the story I'd been telling myself. That night when I saw the hand under my bed, I assumed the person was under it. But a drag mark that ran into the wall, a sound that came from inside a locked cabin, a smell of damp earth that lingered even in daylight. Those details suggested something worse. Maybe it hadn't been under the bed at all. Maybe it had been inside the house the entire time. Not a squatter in the living room, not a trespasser in the woods. Something tucked into the cabin's bones. Something that could wait behind drywall and floorboards, quiet and patient, until it decided to reach out again. Chapter 5. Rules of the Visitor 5.1. After we left the cabin that day, the fear didn't follow me like a shadow anymore. It followed me like a question. Mason drove most of the way back in silence, cigarette smoke slipping out the cracked window in thin, anxious ribbons. The plywood sheets in the truck bed rattled occasionally, a hard, hollow sound that made my shoulders tense every time. We both pretended the locks meant something. We both pretended the daylight had solved the problem. But neither of us said the obvious out loud. A locked door hadn't stopped whatever was inside, or whatever could get inside. That night, back in my apartment, I went through my rituals without thinking. Door wedge, lock check, closet, underbed sweep. I watched the camera feed. I stared at the windowsill. Nothing moved. The quiet should have been a gift. Instead, it felt like a pause in a conversation you didn't want to continue. So I did what I always do when I can't sleep. I researched. I started with the most boring thing possible because boring felt safe. Property records. I sat at my laptop with a cup of coffee I couldn't taste and typed in the county assessor's site. The interface looked like it had been designed in 2006 and never updated. White background, tiny text, drop-down menus that didn't load correctly on the first try. I searched my parcel number and clicked through PDFs that felt like they belonged to a world where nothing ever bleeds, where fear can be filed and labeled and stamped. The cabin's records were thin, a few ownership transfers, a note about a boundary adjustment years back, a permitting page for the original structure, A-frame one-story built in the late 90s. I clicked on the previous owner's name. It led to another property page, another name, another transfer. I kept going backward like that, following a chain of paperwork into the past. Most owners held it for a few years, then sold. A vacation property, a hunting place, a getaway. Nothing unusual. Then I hit a gap, a 10-year stretch where the cabin didn't change hands. No transfers, no updates. Just a static record that sat like a blank space in a timeline. And on the end of that stretch, the previous owner's name was listed with an asterisk. I clicked the asterisk. A pop-up note appeared, short and clinical ownership transferred to estate. Estate. That word is a polite way of saying someone died. My mouth went dry. I opened another tab and typed the name into Google. At first, nothing. A few obituaries buried under unrelated links. A genealogy page. Then halfway down the results, I found a local newspaper archive entry. The title was truncated, but enough words showed to make my stomach twist. Local man still missing after. I clicked. The article was behind a paywall. Of course it was. Even horror has subscriptions. I paid for the month without thinking. $8 to read about a stranger's disappearance felt like a bargain compared to the price I was paying in sleep. The article loaded slowly, the text appearing line by line. A man in his mid-40s. Local. Known to spend weekends at his cabin near. The location was close enough to mine that my throat tightened. He'd been reported missing by his sister after he didn't show up for work and didn't answer his phone. His truck was found parked on the dirt road. Cabin locked. No forced entry. No signs of struggle according to the sheriff at the time. The details were sparse, the kind of sparse that comes either from lack of information or from someone choosing what not to say. But one line stood out. The responding deputy mentioned tracks around the cabin that did not make sense for the conditions. That was it. No elaboration. No description. Just that. My eyes burned as I reread the sentence. Tracks that didn't make sense. I scrolled farther down and saw a photo embedded in the article, grainy old, probably scanned from print. A shot of a man smiling in front of a cabin. The cabin in the background looked like mine. Not exactly different railing, different stain on the wood, but close enough that it made my stomach lurch. I stared at the man's face, trying to read something into it. Fear, awareness, a hint that he'd known. He looked normal. They always do. I closed the tab and sat back, heart hammering. A missing person doesn't automatically mean anything sinister. People wander off, people have accidents, people drink and fall. The woods swallow evidence the way water does. Except, the cabin had already given me its own evidence. Boot prints, a hand, a drag mark into a wall. I kept digging, I searched for fires, next wildfires, controlled burns, any major event that could explain the cabin's history. The county had a record of a wildfire in the early 2000s that tore through a chunk of forest not far from the dirt road. It had been contained before it reached certain structures. The map showed a burn scar close enough to mine that I could picture the air thick with smoke ash falling like snow. One forum thread mentioned old foundations in that area, cabins that burned and were never rebuilt, just left as concrete slabs in the woods. Something about that detail bothered me more than it should have. A slab is the ghost of a house, a place where people once slept and cooked and laughed, then left, leaving only the shape behind. I tried to tell myself I was spiraling, that I was connecting dots that had nothing to do with each other. That fear makes you build patterns out of random debris, and maybe I was. But then my phone buzzed with a number I didn't recognize. I stared at it for a moment, unwilling to answer. Then it buzzed again. Same number. I picked up. Hello, pause. A small crackle like wind over a radio. Then a voice, it's Rourke. My chest tightened. How did you get my number? I asked immediately, hating how defensive I sounded. You left it on the report, he said. I'm in town. Thought I'd check in. Check in, I repeated, and it came out as a question. Rourke exhaled slowly. You doing okay? No, I admitted. There was no point pretending. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, meet me, if you're willing. I hesitated. The rational part of me wanted distance from anything related to that cabin. But the larger part, the part that had been awake at 1:24, the part that needed someone else to confirm reality, said yes before I could stop it. Where I asked. There's a diner off Route 12, he said. Near the gas station with the broken sign. You know it, I did. It was the kind of diner you stop at because there's nothing else around. Vinyl booths, pie under glass, coffee that tastes like it's been sitting on the burner since the Reagan administration. Yeah, I said. I'll be there. I drove out the next afternoon. The diner was half full. A few truckers, a couple older guys in baseball caps talking with their hands. A woman refilling coffee with the bored efficiency of someone who's seen every kind of traveler. Rourke sat in a corner booth facing the windows like he preferred to watch the parking lot. He looked the same as the night at the cabin, tired eyes, calm posture, the kind of stillness that made him blend into a room. He nodded when he saw me and gestured to the seat across from him. I slid in, feeling oddly exposed under the diner's bright lights. A waitress came by. Rourke ordered coffee. I ordered coffee too because it felt like the thing you do in a diner, even though my stomach was too tight for it. We sat for a moment with the cups between us, steam rising. Then Rourke said, you and your buddy boarded up plywood. New locks. Hasp, I replied. And it's still... I trailed off because saying it still got in sounded insane. Rourke's eyes stayed on mine. He didn't ask me to finish the sentence. He didn't need me to. He just nodded once. That's the part folks don't like to talk about. I swallowed. You said it wasn't the first time someone woke up there. Rourke stirred his coffee slowly with a plastic spoon. The clink against the mug sounded too loud. There's a handful of cabins out that way, he said. Old ones, new ones. Some owned, some half abandoned. People come and go. Hunters, weekend folks, kids who think they're tough. And I pressed. And every so often he said voice, even someone calls in and says they heard something or found something. And by the time we get there, there's nothing but a story and a guy who feels stupid for telling it. My jaw tightened. But you believed me. Rourke's gaze flicked toward the window, then back. I believed you saw what you saw. That wasn't comfort. It was precision. Have you ever seen it? I asked. Rourke's mouth tightened slightly. No. The way he said it made me think the truth was more complicated than the word. I leaned forward. What do people say? What do they find? Rourke took a sip of coffee, then set the mug down carefully. Tracks, he said. Boot prints, mostly. My stomach dropped. Rourke continued, measured. Boot prints where they shouldn't be. Boot prints after a snow that should have covered them. Boot prints that stop, like someone stood still long enough to sink in, then didn't keep walking. He said it like he was reciting facts, not legends. I felt the skin on my arms prickle. There's an old story Rourke went on people around here like to tell. Mostly as a joke, mostly to scare tourists. They call it the stopping prints. I stared at him. That's a thing, Rourke nodded. You'll hear it if you hang around the gas station long enough. You'll hear it from guys who've had too many beers. Folks say if you find prints that stop, you don't follow them. My mouth went dry. Why Rourke's eyes stayed steady. Because the people who follow them tend to disappear. The words landed in my stomach like a stone. I wanted to call bullshit. I wanted to laugh and tell him he sounded like he was selling me a campfire story. But the exhaustion in his face didn't match a man enjoying a joke. I asked, "Is that why you called me, to tell me a legend?" Rourke shook his head slightly. "No, I called you because you're not from here, and you went up there alone and you saw the hand. And because..." He paused, then said quieter, "Because I don't like the way your place is sitting." I felt my pulse in my throat. What does that mean? Rourke didn't answer directly. Instead, he leaned back and glanced toward the diner's front windows again, as if checking the parking lot out of habit. "The night you came in," he said, "you said the boot prints looked like work boots. Blocky tread." "Yeah," I whispered. Rourke nodded once. They almost always do. The waitress came back and topped off our mugs. Her presence broke the tension for a second, like a bubble of normal life passing through. When she left, Rourke reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded paper. He slid it across the table. "What's this?" I asked. "Copies," he said. "A few reports. Old ones. Stuff that never made it past a note in the system because there wasn't enough to build on." I unfolded the paper with fingers that felt too stiff. Most of it was redacted or summarized. Dates, locations, brief descriptions. Words like trespass and unfounded. The kind of language that shrinks terror into bureaucracy. But the repeated detail again and again was the same boot prints. No exit trail. Pattern like a work boot. I looked up at Rourke, my throat tight. "Same boots," I said. Rourke's eyes didn't flinch. Similar enough that it keeps showing up in my head. I stared back down at the reports, at the neat typed lines that tried to flatten fear into ink. The patterns made my stomach turn. It wasn't just my cabin. It wasn't just me. It was a thing that had been happening long enough for locals to turn it into a story, long enough for law enforcement to file it and forget it and file it again. And the worst part wasn't the missing person article, or the burn maps, or the diner legend. The worst part was the obvious, unavoidable conclusion sitting there in front of me. Whoever or whatever had walked into my cabin that night had been doing it for years, and it wore the same tread every time, as if it wanted the prints to be recognized, as if leaving that pattern behind was part of the point. Chapter 5. Rules of the Visitor 5.2. After the diner, I stopped telling myself the cabin had been an isolated incident. The paperwork Rourke slid across the table, those thin, bureaucratic summaries of fear, had done something to my mind. They took the event out of the category of personal nightmare and dropped it into something colder, a pattern. Patterns don't care about you. Patterns repeat whether you understand them or not. Rourke didn't give me a solution. He didn't hand me a name or a suspect or a clean explanation. He just let me see the shape of the thing from a distance, like showing someone the outline of a storm on a weather map. Boot prints that stop, work boot tread, no exit trail. And a rule the locals joked about like it was harmless: if you find prints that stop, don't follow them. I drove home with the paper folded in my pocket, feeling like I'd been handed something I didn't want to carry. My apartment building looked the same as always when I got back. Sun-faded siding bikes chained to railings, someone's kid bouncing a basketball in the courtyard. Normal life, cheap life, safe life. I let myself believe it for about 30 seconds. Then I opened my front door and saw my keys. They were on the small table by the entryway, right where I always dropped them when I came in. Except I hadn't dropped them there. I'd had them in my hand the whole time. I'd used them to unlock the door. They were still in my palm. The metal was warm from my grip. And there they were again on the table, my key ring with the cabin key, the little dent in the brass, the faded tag I'd bought at a hardware store years ago. A perfect copy. My stomach turned cold. I stood in the doorway, staring at the table, unable to move. My hand tightened around the keys I was holding. For a full beat, my mind tried to do something stupid. It tried to convince me I was mistaken, that I'd set them down without realizing, that the keys in my hand were something else. So I lifted my fist and looked. Same keyring, same dent, same tag, 2 sets. I swallowed hard and stepped inside like the apartment floor might shift under my weight. I picked up the keys on the table with my left hand, holding my own keys in my right, and compared them side by side. They were identical down to the smallest scratch. My vision tunneled. I could hear blood rushing in my ears. Then, without warning, my phone buzzed. The vibration made me flinch so hard, I nearly dropped both sets of keys. I looked at the screen. No call, no notification. Just a calendar reminder: pay rent. I stared at that stupid reminder and felt something close to hysteria rise in my throat. Because the timing was too perfect. Like the universe was mocking me. Like something was trying to keep me off balance, keep me reactive, keep me from thinking straight. I forced myself to breathe. Inhale, hold, exhale. I set one set of keys down and went through the apartment. Every room, closet, bathroom, under the bed, nothing. No extra person, no open window, no sign of forced entry. When I came back to the entryway, the second set of keys was still there. Just sitting on the table like it belonged, like it had always belonged. I didn't touch it again. I didn't throw it away. I didn't bag it as evidence. I just stared at it until my eyes burned, because I didn't know which set was mine anymore. That was the trick, I realized. Not theft, confusion. The visitor didn't take things. He left them. That night, I didn't cook. I didn't watch TV. I didn't do anything normal. I sat on my couch with my phone in my hand, and my eyes flicking constantly between the front door and the hallway leading to my bedroom. The camera feed was open on my screen, but the footage was just a rectangle of darkness and stillness. The motion alerts stayed silent like a sleeping dog. Every so often, I looked at the second set of keys, again half expecting them to vanish. They didn't. Around 11, I got up to use the bathroom. When I came back out, I noticed my shoes. I always left them in the same place, side by side near the entryway. It was muscle memory. One of those small habits you don't realize you have until it's broken. Now they weren't side by side. They were turned slightly, toes pointed inward toward each other, like someone had nudged them into a more careful position. Like someone had organized them. My skin prickled. I bent down and touched one shoe. It was warm. Not warm from the sun, I hadn't been outside. Warm as if it had recently been held. My mouth went dry. I didn't tell myself I was imagining it anymore. That lie was gone. The diner had burned it out of me. Instead, I started cataloging. Keys duplicated, shoes repositioned, closet door closed when I'd left it open. Little things, light touches, no damage, no violence, not yet. That's the problem with subtle threats. They teach you to doubt yourself until you become your own gaslighter. They make you spend energy arguing with your memory instead of defending your body. I took pictures. I timestamped them. I started a note on my phone listing what changed and when. It felt ridiculous. It also felt necessary. That's how the next few days went. Small shifts. My kitchen cabinet door slightly ajar when I knew I'd closed it. My bathroom towel folded differently. My wallet moved from my nightstand to my dresser. Always within a foot or two of where I'd left it, never stolen, never hidden, just adjusted. Like a hand was brushing past the edges of my life, reminding me it could. The most unsettling part was that the changes made my apartment look nicer, cleaner, more orderly. Like an invisible roommate with better habits was tidying up behind me. It was intimate in a way burglary isn't. It made my skin crawl. And then came the night with the sound. It was late after midnight, closer to 1. I know because I'd been staring at the ceiling and watching the digits on my phone shift, waiting for 1:24 like you wait for a dentist's drill. The door wedge was in place. The alarm on the doorknob was armed. The camera faced my bedroom door. The closet was checked. Under the bed was checked. I lay on my back in the dim city glow and tried to breathe. Inhale, hold, exhale. At some point, my eyelids grew heavy and I started drifting. Then I heard it. A soft scrape. Not loud, not dramatic. A whisper of movement beneath my bed. The sound was so small that if I'd been watching TV or listening to music, I would have missed it. But I wasn't doing anything but listening. Listening had become my life. The scrape happened once, then stopped. My heart slammed hard enough to make my ribs ache. I didn't move. I didn't even blink for a second. Then it happened again, another faint shift, as if something below me had adjusted its weight. My mind screamed, "Look, confirm." That's what I'd done at the cabin. That's what had given me the hand, the twitch, the undeniable proof. But the diner papers flashed in my head. The rule, the pattern. The idea that the prince stopping wasn't random, it was a behavior, a method. And then something else slid into place in my mind, colder than fear. Maybe looking is what it wants. Maybe looking is how it communicates, how it controls. I lay there with my eyes open, staring at the ceiling, and forced myself not to move. The scrape stopped. For a few seconds, the room was silent again. Then I felt something different. Not a sound, an awareness. A sense of proximity. It felt like the air under the bed had changed, like the darkness there had thickened and risen slightly, pressing closer to the underside of the mattress. My skin prickled. My mouth went dry. It's hard to explain without sounding insane, but it felt like a person holding their breath in a small space. That subtle tension you feel when someone is close and trying not to be noticed. And then softly on the far side of the room, my closet door clicked. A tiny sound, barely more than the latch settling. But it was enough. My eyes snapped to the closet. The door was now open a crack. I hadn't opened it. I'd checked it earlier and shut it firmly. I stared at the crack pulse roaring in my ears. The air felt tighter. The scrape under the bed did not return. Instead, I heard something even worse, something so quiet it was almost a thought. A faint, slow drag along the carpet near the foot of my bed. Not from under the bed. Near it. As if whatever had been beneath me had moved closer to the edge. My fingers curled in the sheets, gripping hard. I did not look under the bed. I did not sit up. I lay there frozen, forcing my breathing into shallow, careful pulls, and I realized the shape of the rule forming in my mind like a bruise. If I look, it shows itself. If I don't look, it moves. The scrape stopped. The closet door stayed cracked. I lay there until my muscles cramped, until my eyes burned from not blinking, until the city glow on my wall shifted slightly as a car passed outside. Eventually, exhaustion dragged me under. In the morning, I woke with my jaw clenched so hard my teeth hurt. The first thing I did was check the camera footage. Nothing. No motion alert. No recorded movement. Just a timestamp that stuttered near 1:24 again, as if the camera itself didn't want to remember. I got out of bed and looked along the floor. Near my bedroom door, where the carpet met the threshold, there was something lodged in the tiny gap. Something dark and irregular. I crouched and stared. A small clump of soil. Not dust. Not lint. Actual damp earth pressed into the crack, like someone had pushed it there with a fingertip. It was still moist enough to leave a smear if touched. A message. I sat back on my heels, nausea rising. The visitor didn't take things. He left them. And now he was leaving dirt in the seams of my home like he was marking territory. That was the moment I stopped relying on my senses alone. Because senses can be argued with. Memories can be doubted. Fear can be dismissed. But traps don't care what you believe. That afternoon, I went back to Walmart and bought the most ridiculous things I could think of: painter's tape, a bag of flour-cheap thread, and a pack of disposable gloves. I came home and started laying my own rules. A strip of tape across the bedroom door, placed in a way that would tear if it opened. A thin line of flour dusted along the baseboard near the bed, just enough to show disturbance without looking obvious. A length of thread stretched low across the hallway like a tripwire for something that moved close to the ground. It felt insane. It felt like setting traps for a ghost. But I wasn't trying to catch it. I was trying to catch the part of myself that kept doubting. Because if I woke up and the tape was torn, the flour disturbed, the thread snapped, then I wouldn't have to ask myself anymore whether I was imagining it. I would only have to decide what to do next. And that decision I already knew would be worse. Chapter 5. Rules of the Visitor 5.3. The first night I set the traps, I barely blinked. I went to bed like a man laying down in a crime scene, trying not to disturb his own evidence. Painter's tape across the bedroom door, thin, almost invisible in the dark. A line of flour dusted along the baseboard near the bed. Not a thick white stripe, just a faint chalky haze that would show a footprint or a smear. Thread stretched low across the hallway, anchored to a chair leg on one side, and the door frame on the other, tight enough to snap if anything moved through it. Ridiculous if you said it out loud. Necessary when you'd seen what I'd seen. I lay in the dark with the orange parking lot light striping the wall, and for the first time in days, I felt something close to purpose. Not safety, not comfort, control. If it came, it would leave a mark. If I woke up, I wouldn't have to argue with myself. Still, sleep didn't come easily. Every time my eyelids sagged, my brain jerked them back up. I kept hearing the cabin scrape in my head, replaying it until the sound seemed to live in the fibers of my mattress. At some point, I don't know when I drifted off anyway. Exhaustion doesn't ask permission. I woke to silence so complete it felt like pressure. My eyes opened and I didn't move. That had become the first response to everything stillness listening. I waited for some obvious sign, an alarm, a door creak, a crash. Nothing. My phone screen glowed faintly on the nightstand. I turned my head just enough to see the time. 3:16 a.m. Relief almost came, then stalled, because my body didn't feel relieved. My body felt watched. I stared at the ceiling, listening for my own breath. The apartment around me was too quiet, like even the refrigerator was holding back noise. Then very softly, near my ear, came a sound. Not a footstep, not a scrape, a whisper. It wasn't loud enough to be a word. More like the shape of speech air shaped by a mouth close to skin. It made the fine hairs on my neck lift like static. For a second, my brain refused to accept it. It tried to turn it into the wind outside, or a neighbor's TV, or the memory of something Rourke had said. Then I felt it warmth against my ear, the faintest exhale. The whisper came again, closer, more deliberate. A few syllables swallowed and broken. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable. Not angry, not rushed, patient, instructional, like someone murmuring directions to a child who's learning to do something quietly. I clenched my jaw so hard my teeth hurt. My hands gripped the sheets, nails digging into fabric. I did not turn my head. I did not sit up. I did not look under the bed. Because I knew the rule now, in the same cold way you know the edge of a cliff is there even when you can't see it. If I looked, it would show itself. If I didn't, it would come closer. The whisper stopped. The silence that followed felt heavier than sound. I lay there until my muscles cramped, until my eyes burned from staying open too long. Eventually, the pressure eased, not because I felt safe, but because I was too exhausted to keep my fear sharp. Sleep dragged me under again like a tide. Morning came with sunlight, and the normal noise of the building, waking up someone's car door, slamming outside a neighbor's shower, running the low grind of a garbage truck. For a brief second, I almost believed it had been a dream. Then I sat up and saw the tape. The strip of painter's tape across my bedroom door was torn, not ripped cleanly in half. Torn at an angle, as if someone had peeled it slowly until the adhesive gave up, and then pressed the broken ends back into place to see if I'd notice. My mouth went dry. I swung my legs out of bed and stepped onto the carpet carefully, as if I might still be walking through evidence. My eyes went immediately to the flower line along the baseboard. The flower was disturbed, not stomped, not tracked through with a boot print the way my mind had pictured. No clear tread, no heel-to-toe pattern. Instead, there was a narrow smear, a drag mark, like something low had moved along the baseboard, brushing through the flower with its body, or with whatever it used to move, wiping the dust away in a thin, clean strip that ran from the corner near the bed toward the doorway. The flower on either side remained mostly intact. Only that one line was violated. My stomach rolled. I turned toward the hallway. The thread was gone, not snapped and hanging, not stretched loose. Gone, as if someone had lifted it carefully off its anchors and removed it without breaking it, like it was an insult to call it a trap. I stood there in the bedroom, breathing shallow, feeling the apartment around me shift from home to container. A box someone could open when they wanted. Proof. I had it. And it didn't make me feel better. I forced myself to do the next thing, check the camera. My hands shook as I opened the app and pulled up the overnight footage. The video loaded in grainy black and white night vision, flattening my bedroom into pale shapes. At first, it looked like nothing happened. Hours of stillness. Me lying in bed, barely moving. The door. The dark hallway beyond. Then I saw the timestamp. It moved normally until 1:23 a.m., Then it stuttered. The digits blurred for half a second like the camera was choking, and when it cleared, it read 1:24 a.m. The time held there for too long, 3 seconds, maybe 4, then jumped forward again, as if those seconds didn't count. My throat tightened. I rewound and watched again, eyes locked on the doorway. The stutter happened again in the exact same place, and in the frame where the time froze, just one frame, a blink of digital memory, something appeared. Low to the floor, a darker shape sliding at the base of the doorway, hugging the carpet like shadow made physical. Not a full body, not a face, just the suggestion of something moving close to the ground where a camera might miss it and a person might only hear it. Then, in the next frame so fast I almost missed it, a pale shape rose near the side of my bed. A hand. Not the whole arm, not the body attached to it. Just the hand fingers splayed lightly resting on the bed frame as if testing it, as if learning the shape. My lungs stopped working for a second. I paused the frame and zoomed in until the pixels broke apart. The hand remained too pale to be a trick of night vision, too shaped to be an artifact. Fingers, knuckles, the curve of a thumb, touching my bed, touching the place I slept, and the timestamp frozen in the corner of the frame read 1:24, as if it were a signature. I sat back hard on the edge of the bed phone, heavy in my hand. My skin crawled with delayed nausea, and my eyes kept flicking to the dark space under the bed, even though it was daylight now. The flower line on the baseboard stared back at me like a wound. A drag mark, not a footprint. A hand on the bed frame. A whisper at my ear. I'd wanted proof so badly. Now I had it, and I finally understood the price. It wasn't just watching me. It was studying me. Testing what I would do if it moved a shoe, if it duplicated my keys, if it left dirt in my door crack, if it whispered instead of scraping. And the worst part, the thing that turned my stomach colder than any of it, was the realization that it had been changing my behavior the whole time. Teaching me to freeze, teaching me to listen, teaching me not to call anyone until it was too late, teaching me that if I looked, it would let me see it, and if I didn't, it would come closer. I stared at the paused frame on my phone until my eyes watered, then finally shut the screen off. In the reflection of the dark glass for a split second, I thought I saw my own hand resting on the bed frame the way its hand had. My fingers were curled without me realizing it, held perfectly still. And in that moment, I knew something I hadn't wanted to know since the cabin. I wasn't just being hunted. I was being trained. Chapter 6. The second night, 6.1. The rational choice was easy. Sell the cabin. Walk away. Let the woods keep whatever secrets they were keeping. Let the county take my taxes and my silence. Let the whole thing shrink into a story I told once every few years to remind myself how close fear can get. That was the rational choice. It just wasn't the one I could live with. Because the visitor didn't feel like a random trespasser anymore. Random trespassers steal your TV, break your window, and vanish when the locks change. Random trespassers don't duplicate your keys. They don't leave dirt in the seams of your home. They don't touch your bed frame and whisper near your ear like they're teaching you how to be quiet. And once I understood that, once I admitted the pattern existed, I couldn't pretend the cabin was just my problem. I started thinking about the next person. Some couple renting it out as a rustic getaway, laughing as they drove the last mile of dirt road, joking about how there's no cell service. Some dad bringing his kid up to teach him how to fish. Some solo traveler like me, tired and stubborn, convincing themselves the broken window is probably an animal. If something happened to them, I'd know it was possible. I'd know I'd walked away. That guilt lodged in my chest like a splinter. So when the county notice arrived, it didn't feel like paperwork. It felt like a hook. The envelope came in a stack of junk mail and credit card offers. Plain white. County seal printed in the corner. The kind of letter that always makes you pause even when you don't think you've done anything wrong. Inside was a single sheet. Official cold and annoyingly vague. Notice of inspection. Structure verification. They were doing routine checks, it said, confirming that structures on certain parcels still existed in their recorded condition. There'd been reports of damage in the area storm fire risk vandalism. An assessor would visit within the next 2 weeks. If I wanted to be present, I could schedule an appointment. If not, they'd proceed. I read the letter 3 times, my mouth dry. An assessor showing up meant a stranger standing in that clearing, walking around my cabin, peering through windows, making notes. A stranger who wouldn't know anything about boot prints that stop. A stranger who might see the plywood and think vandalism, not warning. A stranger who might, if the visitor decided to be bold, become the next story in Rourke's stack of unfounded reports. I called Mason. He answered immediately, like he'd been waiting for me to. "Don't tell me you're going back up there," he said. "I got a county notice," I replied. "They're inspecting the property." A pause. I could hear him exhale through his nose. "Okay," he said. "Okay, we can call them. Reschedule, do it over the phone." "That's the thing," I said. "They're going either way. If I'm there, at least I can control what they see. At least I can... I don't know. Be present. Make sure they don't go inside." Mason didn't speak for a long moment. Then he said, "You're not going alone. I wasn't going to ask you." "Don't," he cut in. "Don't do that. You called me for this. I saw the poker on your floor. I saw the cigarette butts. This isn't a you thing anymore." My chest tightened with something that wasn't quite relief. "Okay," I said. "Okay, we go together." We planned it like we were planning a disaster drill. Not because planning makes you safe, but because it gives you something to hold on to. Mason came over that evening with a list on his phone and the same grim expression he had the day we found the drag mark into the wall. "We do daylight," he said first. "I know," I replied. "And we don't stay," he added. I hesitated. "We might need to," I admitted. "If the assessor, no Mason," said hard. "We don't stay." I nodded, even though part of me already knew how these things worked. You make rules, and then the situation pressures you until the rules break. That was the visitor's specialty, pushing you to choose the worst option, while convincing you it was your own choice. Still, we prepared. Mason brought a stronger flashlight, the kind used for camping, that throws a white beam hard enough to flatten shadows. He brought a portable radio, old-school battery-powered, with a weather band and a crank handle, because he didn't trust our phones anymore. He brought bear spray, even though the thing we were afraid of didn't feel like an animal. I bought 2 new padlocks. I bought extra batteries. I bought motion lights again, brighter ones this time, and a cheap trail camera meant for hunting. I also did something I'd never done in my life before. I bought a metal pry bar and a small screwdriver set. Mason raised an eyebrow when he saw them. "You planning to renovate?" he asked. I didn't laugh. "If there's a space in that wall, I want to know." Mason's expression went flat. "We said we weren't doing that," he reminded me. "I know," I said. "But if it comes down to it, if it's the only way," Mason shook his head. "That's how you get hurt." He was right. And I hated him for it because I didn't know what else to do with the need in my chest to finish this. To reach the end of the pattern. To stop waking up at 1:24 like my body had been programmed. I packed like I was going to war. Jeans, boots, thick hoodie, gloves, a first aid kit I'd never used, a spare tire kit even though my truck had one. I charged my phone fully, then charged a backup battery pack, then charged another like electricity could save me. The night before we left, I watched my camera footage again. The frame with the hand on my bed frame sat in my mind like a splintered photograph. I hadn't shown Mason that clip yet. I'd sent him screenshots of the time glitch and the torn tape and the disturbed flower, but I'd kept that specific frame to myself. Because I didn't want to hear him say, "That's not a hand." And I didn't want to hear him say, "Okay, that's a hand." Either answer would make it real in a way I wasn't ready for. So I slept poorly and woke early, jaw-clenched, eyes burning. We left mid-morning and drove north with the radio off. Mason chewed gum aggressively, a habit he only had when he was stressed. I watched the scenery slide past and tried to convince myself the mountains looked less like teeth than they used to. By the time we hit the smaller roads, the sky had changed. The blue had faded into a dull, pale gray, like someone had rubbed a thumb across the color. Clouds gathered low and thick, flattening the light. The air outside the truck felt colder when we stopped for gas, a hint of rain in the smell. Mason noticed it too. "This isn't great," he said, looking up. "Storm?" I asked. Maybe he replied. Or just one of those days that feels like it wants to be a storm. We drove on anyway. The last mile was worse than I remembered. The dirt road had deepened ruts from recent rain. The brush scraped the truck sides harder. The trees leaned in dark under the cloud cover. The clearing appeared like a bruise in the forest, and the cabin was there, quiet and still. No smoke, no movement. Plywood still on the window. For a moment, I almost believed we'd won, that the locks and boards had done their job, that the visitor had moved on to easier prey. Then I stepped out of the truck and felt the air. It was colder than it should have been. Not just because of clouds. The cold felt localized, like it sat heavier around the cabin than it did out on the road. Mason pulled the supplies out and set them on the porch. The wood of the porch looked darker, damp with humidity. The cabin's windows reflected a gray sky that made everything look drained. "Let's get the generator going," Mason said. I walked around the side to the generator shelter. The machine looked the same. Dust on the casing, cobweb in the corner of the little roof. I flipped the switch and pulled the cord. It coughed once, then died. I tried again, harder. The cord snapped back against my palm. Cough, nothing. A thin spike of panic slid into my chest. Mason came around the corner. What he asked, "It's not..." I began. I pulled again. The generator sputtered, rattled, and for a second it sounded like it might catch. Then it made a grinding noise I'd never heard before, low and ugly like metal teeth slipping. And then silence. The cabin stayed dark. No porch light, no interior glow. The clearing felt suddenly wider, emptier. The kind of emptiness that makes you realize how much you rely on artificial light to feel human. Mason stared at the generator, jaw tight. "Okay," he said slowly. "We can do this with flashlights." I nodded, but my throat was dry. I pulled my phone out and checked it out of reflex. No service. Not even one teasing bar. Just the blank, indifferent words. No signal. Of course. Mason tried his phone too, like maybe the universe would give him better odds. Nothing. He tapped the screen hard enough that I thought he might crack it. "Radio," he said. He pulled the portable radio from his backpack, turned the dial and listened. Static. A few distant murmurs. Then nothing but a hiss. He flipped to the weather band. More static. It wasn't just the cabin that felt cut off. It was everything. We stood there in the gray afternoon, the cabin dark and silent. The generator dead, our phones useless. The forest pressing close around the clearing like it was waiting for night. Mason looked at me. His eyes were steady, but I could see the tension in his jaw. "Tell me we're not staying," he said. I stared at the dark cabin and felt the old sick familiarity crawl up my spine, the sense that the place had been waiting not for us to arrive, but for the light to fail. "We're not staying," I lied. And somewhere in the trees, far enough that I couldn't place it, something made a soft, deliberate sound, like wood shifting under careful weight, reminding me that the cabin didn't need power to be alive. Chapter 6. The Second Night, 6.2. The first thing that happens when a place goes dark is that you realize how much light was doing for you. It wasn't just showing you the room. It was giving you permission to believe the room was empty. With the generator dead, the cabin became what it had been before electricity, a wooden shell in a clearing surrounded by miles of forest that didn't care if you could see. Mason clicked on his flashlight, and a hard white beam cut across the porch, catching dust in the air like floating ash. I followed with mine, and our lights overlapped in bright ovals that shifted with every tremor of our hands. We unlocked the door and stepped inside. The cabin smelled different without the warmth of the fire and the steady hum of the generator. Colder, damper. The faint sweetness I'd noticed before was there too, hiding under the pine and old smoke like a second layer of air. Mason set the duffel of supplies on the kitchen counter. The thud sounded too loud in the silence. "Okay," he said, voice deliberately calm. "We do what we came to do, we don't linger, we get out before dark." "Before dark," I repeated, but my eyes flicked to the windows. Gray light filtered in, thin and weak. The clouds had thickened while we drove. It wasn't night yet, but it felt like the day had already started folding. Mason pulled out the motion lights and trail camera. We'd planned to mount the motion light above the porch and set the trail camera on a tree line aimed at the back wall where the broken window had been. Without power tools running, the cabin was too quiet. Every zipper sounded like a scream. Every plastic wrapper crinkled like a footstep. I moved through the living room, sweeping my flashlight beam into corners under furniture across the plywood on the back window. The screws were still in place. The plywood sat flush. No obvious tampering. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. If anything, it made me feel like I was checking a coffin lid and congratulating myself that it was still closed. Mason stepped outside to mount the motion light with his screwdriver muttering under his breath as he worked. I stayed inside listening. The forest outside was louder than the cabin wind and Pine's occasional bird call, distant creak of branches. Then gradually, the forest changed. It wasn't sudden. It was like a radio turning down in slow increments. Birds stopped calling, wind still moved the treetops, but the small, higher-pitched sounds vanished. The rustle of needles softened, then disappeared. The air itself seemed to thicken, swallowing noise. I froze near the hallway. The cabin felt like it was listening. I shifted my flashlight beam toward the back wall. The plywood looked flat and innocent. The blanket we'd removed earlier sat folded on the chair like something trying to behave. And yet the hairs on my arms rose anyway. "Mason," I called, trying to sound normal. "Yeah," he answered from outside. "You hear how quiet it got?" There was a pause, then the faint scrape of his boots on porch boards. "Yeah," he said. His voice was lighter than mine. "Storm's coming, that's all." But I didn't believe him. Not because storms don't quiet a forest, they do, but because this quiet had a different quality. It felt intentional, like the world had learned how to hold its breath. Mason came back in and shut the door behind him, locking it without thinking. The lock click made my shoulders twitch. He looked at me and must have seen something on my face because his expression tightened. What he asked. Nothing, I lied. He snorted, not amused. "You're a terrible liar." I didn't answer. I didn't want to feed the fear with words. We worked anyway. Mason mounted the trail camera outside and brought the receiver inside to test it. The screen showed a wide-angle view of the cabin's back wall and the nearest trees black and white in low light mode. The image felt wrong, like surveillance footage from a place that should never be surveilled. Mason adjusted it twice, then nodded. "Good enough. Should we call the county and reschedule?" I asked, more to test the possibility than because I thought it would work. Mason pulled the crank radio out again and twisted the dial. Static. He cranked the handle hard enough that the plastic squealed. Nothing but hiss. He threw a look at me that said, "Don't start." So we moved to the next task, checked the bedroom wall again. The hallway looked darker than it had earlier. Not because the light had changed, because our flashlights made it a tunnel. Bright oval at the end of your beam, black everywhere else. I went first this time. Poker absent hands, empty, feeling stupidly vulnerable. Mason followed his flashlight beam, overlapping mine. The bedroom door creaked when I pushed it open. The sound echoed in the cabin like a complaint. Inside the room felt colder. The air had that damp earth thickness, again stronger here than in the living room. My stomach tightened. Mason went straight to the bed and crouched near the baseboard. His beam traced the floor, and I saw it immediately. The drag mark in the dust wasn't faint anymore. It was clearer, like the dust had been disturbed recently enough that the line had sharp edges. A narrow strip of cleaner wood ran from under the bed to the baseboard, like something had been pulled the same way again and again. Mason swallowed. I could hear it. "Jesus," he muttered. He leaned closer, shining his light along the baseboard where the line disappeared. The wall sound changed again when he knocked dull in that one spot, sharper on either side. He stared at it for a long moment, then straightened. "This is bad," he said. It was the first time he'd said it out loud. I nodded because there was nothing else to do. We stood in that small bedroom with our flashlights cutting hard angles through shadow, and for a few seconds the cabin was so quiet I could hear the faint hiss of my own breath. Then we heard the knock. Not at the door. From beneath us, a heavy, deliberate thump from under the floorboards right near the bed. Both of us jumped. My heart kicked so hard I felt it in my throat. Mason's flashlight beam jerked wildly, bouncing off walls, off the closet door, off the bed frame. We froze, staring at the floor as if it might bulge upward. The sound came again. Thump. Then softer, like something dragging along wood under the boards. Mason's face went pale. What the he didn't finish. A third sound followed this one, different, like knuckles tapping from inside a hollow wall. Tap, tap. It came from the section near the drag mark. The wall. The space behind it. My skin went cold. My mind flashed to the hand under the bed and rewrote it in an instant, not under the bed, behind the wall, reaching through whatever gap existed there, reaching into the room from inside the cabin's bones. Mason backed away from the wall, nearly stumbling. "Nope," he said, voice too loud. "No. We're leaving. Right now." "Okay," I said, but my voice sounded far away. Mason turned fast, flashlight swinging toward the doorway, then stopped so abruptly I nearly collided with him. What I asked, panic rising. He didn't answer at first. He just pointed his light downward. The beam landed on the hardwood near the bedroom doorway. And there, against the pale wood, were muddy marks. Boot prints. Fresh, wet enough to shine faintly, even in flashlight glare. A tread pattern I recognized instantly, blocky work boot lugs worn at the heel. They weren't there when we walked in. We hadn't worn shoes inside. Both of us had taken our boots off at the entryway out of habit, refusing to track dirt into the cabin. Our socks were clean. The floor had been dusty, not muddy. And yet the prince sat there now, leading from the hallway into the bedroom, like a sentence completing itself. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. Mason's breath came fast. "No," he whispered, and I heard something in his voice I'd never heard before. Real fear. Not skepticism, not caution. Fear that arrives when your brain finally stops bargaining. He took a step back, then another eyes locked on the prince as if they might move. The cabin stayed silent. No footsteps followed. No shadow crossed the hallway. No voice explained the impossible. Just those boot prints appearing inside a locked cabin in the middle of the day, like the cabin was making sure we understood one thing clearly. It didn't need you to track mud in. It could bring the mud to you. Mason grabbed my sleeve hard enough to hurt. "We're gone," he said, voice shaking now. "We're not waiting for dark." He dragged me toward the hallway, and I didn't resist, because my body finally understood what my mind had been refusing since the beginning. The cabin wasn't just reacting to us. It was answering. Chapter 6. The second night, 6.3, we didn't walk out of the cabin. We fled it. Mason yanked me through the hallway so fast, our flashlights bobbed wildly, turning the cabin into a strobe-lit maze, bright slices of wall, sudden black, the occasional glint of a doorknob like an eye. The muddy boot prints stayed behind us in the bedroom, but my mind carried them like an afterimage. Every time my beam swept across the floor, I half expected to see new ones appear beneath it. "Don't stop," Mason hissed. "I'm not," I said, though my feet were clumsy socks slipping on hardwood. The living room opened up ahead, and for a second, I had the irrational thought that we could still control this, that we could grab the supplies, lock the door, drive into town, and call Rourke, and have this become a case instead of a curse. Then the cabin made a sound. Not a thump, not a creak. A low, grinding moan from somewhere inside the walls, like the house itself was shifting its weight. And at the exact same moment, the last thin daylight outside the windows dimmed, as if a hand had covered the sky. The cabin dropped into a deeper gray. Mason cursed under his breath. "Porch," he said, steering me toward the front door. I reached for the doorknob. The metal was cold enough to sting. And right as my fingers closed around it, everything went dark. Not dimmer. Dark. The overhead lights were already off, no generator, but what vanished was the last ambient light coming in. The gray glow through the windows disappeared, like a switch had been flipped outside the world. For a split second, I thought I'd gone blind. Then I realized the clouds had thickened so completely they were swallowing the afternoon. The cabin interior became a box of shadow. Our flashlights were the only light left. Mason's beam snapped on brighter, cutting forward like a blade. "Go," he said. I twisted the knob and pulled the door open. Cold air hit my face, damp and sharp. The clearing outside was darker than it should have been for that time of day. The forest a wall of black trunks under a leaden sky. The porch light didn't work without the generator, so our flashlights painted everything in harsh, trembling circles. Mason shoved me forward. We hit the porch steps, and I almost slipped my socks wet from the damp boards. We reached the ground and started toward the truck. That's when my flashlight caught movement at the cabin door. A shadow, low to the ground. For a heartbeat, my brain tried to call it an animal, a raccoon, a stray dog, anything small and logical. Then it moved wrong. It didn't bound. It didn't scamper. It slid forward with a slow, deliberate crawl, like a person pulling themselves along on elbows and knees, keeping their body close to the floor. My beam flickered across it, and I saw just enough to ruin me. Not a face, not eyes, A pale curve of something that could have been a shoulder, a hand, flat, splayed, pressing on the porch boards as it pulled itself through the doorway. The movement was quiet, controlled, as if it had practiced moving without sound. Mason saw it too. I knew because he made a noise I didn't recognize from him, a short, raw sound that wasn't a word. "Run," he said. We ran. Gravel bit through my socks. My lungs burned instantly in the cold air. My legs felt heavy, like they were trying to drag my body back toward the cabin. We hit the truck. Mason yanked the driver's door open, practically dove in, and I scrambled into the passenger seat, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the frame. "Keys," Mason snapped. He jammed them into the ignition and turned. The engine clicked. Nothing. The sound was small and mechanical, and it hit me like a hammer, because it was the exact same beat as the night I fled barefoot. The same pause, the same refusal, as if the truck had learned the cabin's rules too. Mason turned it again. Harder. Click. Nothing. My heart stuttered. I stared out the windshield at the cabin. Our flashlights lay on the floor between our feet, beams angled upward, turning the clearing into a warped stage. The cabin sat in the headlights like a dark mouth, and in the doorway, low and pale, something moved. Slowly, not rushing, not panicking, crawling forward like it knew we weren't going anywhere yet. "Mason," I whispered. My voice came out thin and childish. "Start." "I'm trying," he hissed. He turned the key again. The truck coughed. The engine sputtered like it might die. Then finally, it caught. The truck roared to life, and Mason slammed it into reverse tires, spitting gravel, the rear end swinging wide. I clutched the door handle so hard my fingers went numb. The headlights swept across the cabin. For a split second, the beam cut through the living room window, and I saw movement inside, low along the floor, like the shadow had slipped back in. Then we spun, facing down the dirt road. Mason threw it into drive and punched the gas. Branches slapped the sides. The truck bounced through ruts. The forest blurred into a tunnel of dark trunks and gray sky. I forced myself to look back anyway. The cabin shrank behind us, swallowed by trees. But as the truck lurched over a bump, my eyes caught something on the windshield. A mark. Right in front of Mason's face, faint at first, then clearer as the wipers squeaked once in reflex, a muddy handprint, on the inside of the glass. Not smeared from our hands, we hadn't touched the windshield. Not condensation, not grime. A full palm fingers spread the mud dark and wet as if it had been pressed there seconds ago. From inside the truck, my blood went cold. "Mason," I said, and my voice cracked. "Look." He glanced for half a second, then his eyes snapped back to the road. But I saw his face change. His jaw tightened, his breathing hitched. "What the?" he started, then stopped, as if words would make it worse. I stared at the handprint, unable to look away. The ridges of the palm were faintly visible. A smear ran downward from the heel of it, like the hand had slid slightly after pressing, like whoever made it had been testing the glass. Not trying to get out, trying to remind us it could touch the inside of things. Mason drove like a man escaping a burning building. He didn't slow until the dirt road spat us back onto pavement, until we hit a stretch where the trees thinned and the sky looked less like a lid. Only then did his foot ease off the gas. We drove in silence for several minutes, the truck's engine loud in the cabin of the vehicle. The muddy handprint stayed on the windshield between us like a third presence. Mason didn't wipe it. Neither did I. Finally, without looking at me, Mason said, "I don't think it wants to kill you." My throat tightened. "What?" He swallowed hard. His knuckles were white on the wheel. "I think," he said slowly, Voice rough, if it wanted you dead, you'd be dead. It had you. That night. The cabin, the bed, the truck not starting. All of it. He shook his head once, like trying to dislodge the image of the crawling shape. It could have finished it. I stared at the handprint and felt nausea rise again. So why I whispered. Mason's voice dropped lower, almost like he didn't want the truck to hear him. I think it wants you to stay, he said. To be quiet, to live small, to stop running. He paused, then added the coldest part, the part that stuck to the inside of my ribs. Because that's how you keep something. We drove on, and the handprint dried slowly on the inside of the windshield. It didn't fade. It didn't smear away on its own. It just sat there dark against the glass like a signature. Like proof that the cabin wasn't a place you left behind. It was a rule you carried with you. Chapter 7. The assessor's photo 7. One, I didn't go back to the cabin after that day. Not the next weekend. Not the next month. Not even when the county sent another tax reminder and my bank app cheerfully showed the payment clearing like nothing in my life had changed. The cabin became a line item, a piece of property I technically owned but didn't inhabit. A place I paid for and avoided the way you avoid a street where you saw someone die. People like to imagine fear as something that burns hot and then burns out. Mine didn't burn out. It cooled into a habit. At first, the decision felt temporary. I'll give it a few weeks, I told myself. Let the weather change. Let the trespasser move on. Let the sheriff's office keep an eye on it. Weeks became months. Months became the kind of time that reshapes you without asking. I kept working. I kept paying rent. I kept answering emails, doing meetings, laughing at coworker jokes at the right moments. From the outside, nothing dramatic happened. There was no headline, no missing poster with my face on it, no crime scene tape. That's the part I couldn't explain to people later when I tried the few times I tried. No catastrophe doesn't mean no damage. The damage just goes quieter. The first thing that changed was sleep. Not in the obvious way, nightmares every night, screaming awake, running around the apartment. That kind of fear would have been easier to point to, easier to treat like a symptom with a name. Instead, sleep became conditional. I could sleep only after I did certain things in a certain order, like my body was a machine that required the right sequence to shut down. Lock, check, window latch, closet, under the bed, camera feed, then lie down and pretend. I did it even when I knew it was irrational. Even when I was so tired my hands fumbled the deadbolt. Even when I told myself, tonight I won't do it. Tonight I'll be normal. I always did it. Fear doesn't need you to believe in it. It only needs you to obey. The second change was how I moved through my own home. I learned to keep my back to a wall when I stood still. I learned to avoid sitting with my back to an open room. I learned to place my phone where I could reach it with one hand without looking. I learned to keep a flashlight on my nightstand, even though I lived in a city with streetlights and neighbors and a working power grid. I learned to listen for the scrape. That sound had become a ghost in my nervous system, a soft drag on wood, a whisper of fabric shifting, the tiniest movement below the level of your vision. Some nights I heard it when there was nothing there. At least I assumed there was nothing there. My apartment never produced proof again, the way it had in those first weeks. No more mud and seams, no more unremembered hallway photos. But the absence of proof didn't feel like safety. It felt like patience. I stopped dating. Not because of heartbreak or lack of time, because inviting someone into my space meant they would see my rituals. They would ask questions when I checked the closet and under the bed like a man with a hidden addiction. They would laugh it off or look worried, and either reaction would make me feel exposed. Worse, it meant sleeping beside someone. When you sleep beside someone, you have to surrender a certain kind of vigilance. You have to let your body soften. You have to close your eyes while another person breathes in the room, and you have to trust that the room belongs to both of you. I couldn't. The idea of falling asleep with my attention split, part of it guarding them, part of it guarding myself, made my stomach turn. So I avoided it. I found excuses. I let conversations fade. I ghosted people with polite lies about being busy, about not being ready, about work. It wasn't work. It was fear that had learned to wear my voice. I stopped traveling too. Friends invited me to weddings in other states. My sister asked me to visit for the holidays. Co-workers planned weekend trips, Vegas, Nashville, a cabin rental in the mountains with a hot tub and a view. A cabin rental. The thought alone made my skin go cold. Hotels were worse in a different way. Hotels are full of other people, and other people are unpredictable. Too many doors, too many hallways, too many carpets that could hide sound. The first time I tried to stay in a hotel again, almost a year after the cabin, I lasted 20 minutes. I checked in, carried my bag up, swiped the key card, and entered a room that smelled like bleach and other people's sleep. The bed was neatly made, the duvet too white, the curtains closed, even though it was daytime. The air conditioner hummed like a low, steady throat clearing. I set my bag down and stared at the bed. Then my eyes dropped to the space beneath it. I felt my chest tighten. I knelt and looked. The darkness under that hotel bed was deeper than my own beds, because hotel beds are built higher, giving you a wider view into that hollow. Empty. Of course it was empty. Still, I couldn't make myself stand up and lie down in that room. My brain did the math in seconds. I don't control this place. I don't know who had this room last night. I don't know what the staff has access to. I don't know where the cameras are. I don't know what I'd hear if something moved. I picked up my bag, walked back downstairs, and told the front desk I'd had an emergency and needed to leave. The clerk didn't care. They never do. I slept in my car that night, instead parked under a streetlight with my doors locked and my phone in my hand. That should have felt pathetic. It felt safer. Mason and I drifted apart. Not in a dramatic way. Not with a fight. Just the slow erosion of time and the discomfort of shared experience. He didn't want the cabin story to become a defining feature of his life. I couldn't stop thinking about it. He'd call sometimes, checking in, asking if I was doing better. He'd invite me out for drinks, to watch a game, to be normal. I'd say yes and then cancel. I'd show up and then leave early because the bar's back door kept opening and closing, and every time it did, I flinched. Eventually, he stopped asking. I don't blame him. Fear is contagious, and most people don't want it. The only person who stayed tangentially connected was Rourke, and even that faded. He called once more a few months after our diner meeting, told me they'd had another report from out that way. He didn't give details. He just asked if I'd been back. I said no. He was quiet for a moment, then said good. Then months passed without contact, and my number changed, and I told myself the story was ending. It didn't end. It just learned to live inside me without making noise. I developed these small, ugly habits that felt harmless until you added them up. I stopped sleeping with the bedroom door open. I stopped leaving the closet door cracked. I stopped keeping anything under the bed that couldn't be moved in an instant. I sold the storage bins. I threw out old shoes. I kept the space as empty as I could, as if emptiness would make it harder for something to hide. I stopped keeping rugs that muffled sound. I preferred hardwood and thin carpets because I wanted to hear footsteps. I stopped using white noise machines. I stopped running the fan at night. Silence became a tool, and the worst part is that it worked. My fear didn't spike every night. Some nights were almost normal. Some nights I slept for 6 hours straight and woke up with a strange, hollow gratitude. But even on good nights, I never fully let go. Because I knew what my fear had taught me, and I could never unlearn it. If you stop listening, you don't hear it move. Years passed like that. 2, 3, 5. I watched myself age in small ways. New lines around my eyes, a gray hair at my temple, the steady, quiet isolation that people sometimes mistake for maturity. I told coworkers I wasn't much of a traveler. I told dates I was a homebody. I told myself I was fine. Then one Tuesday morning, ordinary, bright, boring, I opened my email and saw the subject line, County Assessor Final Notice/Structure Confirmation. My hands went cold before I even clicked it. The email was polite and professional. They'd attempted to visit the property twice, it said. Access had been limited due to road conditions. They needed confirmation of the structure's status for tax assessment and records. They would be visiting again the following week. If I wanted to be present, I could schedule. If not, they'd proceed. Attached were 2 things, a PDF with the same language as the paper letter now digitized, and a note at the bottom, photos will be taken for documentation. I stared at that line for a long time. Photos. That word should have been harmless. To me, it meant hallways. It meant timestamps. It meant proof I didn't remember creating. It meant someone capturing a frame of my cabin's interior without knowing they were documenting something else. I closed the laptop and sat very still in my kitchen, listening to the refrigerator hum, to the distant sound of traffic, to the normal life I'd built around a fear that never really left. And somewhere deep in the back of my mind, the scrape sound returned, not as an actual noise, but as a memory sharp enough to make my skin prickle. Because the cabin wasn't just a place I'd abandoned. It was a place that had been waiting. And now the county was about to walk straight up to its door and knock like the world was normal. Chapter 7. The Assessor's Photo 7.2. I didn't schedule the appointment. That's the part I'm still embarrassed about even now. The email gave me a clean option, show up but present, control the narrative. I stared at the calendar link like it was a trap door. I told myself I'd click it later. I told myself I was busy. I told myself I didn't want to see the cabin again. The truth was simpler. I was afraid that if I stood in that clearing, the cabin would remember me. And I was afraid that if I didn't, it would remember me anyway. So I did nothing. I watched the days crawl toward the following week like an oncoming car you don't step out of the road for because you've convinced yourself it won't hit you. On the morning of the visit, I woke up before my alarm. I lay in bed with my eyes open, listening to the building wake up around me, someone running water, a door closing, the distant whine of traffic. I went through my rituals out of muscle memory. I checked the camera feed. Nothing. I made coffee I couldn't taste. I refreshed my email too many times. At 10:18 a.m., a new message appeared. RE County Assessor. Structure confirmation / completed. My hands went cold. The email was short and cheerful, in that professional way that makes you want to shake someone. They had visited, it said. They had documented the structure. Records would be updated. Attached were 6 photos, 6 ordinary images in neat thumbnail previews, like a small album. I stared at them for a long time without clicking. My heart beat too hard, and I hated that my body still responded like this after years. like a dog flinching at a raised hand. Finally, I clicked the first image. It loaded slowly the way large files do when your connection is average and your fear makes every second stretch. Photo 1, the roofline. A normal shot from the front of the cabin. Gray sky above the A-frame silhouette sharp against it. The shingles looked intact. No obvious storm damage. The porch sat empty. It looked like nothing had ever happened there. That sight alone made me angry. Not comforted angry. Because the cabin had always looked normal from the outside. Normal is what it used to hide. I clicked photo 2. The porch, a closer angle, the steps, the railing, the new lock hardware still on the front door, faintly rusted now after years of weather. Someone had taken this photo with the bored efficiency of a person doing a job and wanting to get back to their car. Photo 3. The side of the cabin showing the generator shelter. My stomach tightened at the sight of it. The generator itself wasn't visible, but the little roof over it was sagging slightly. Leaves had collected near the base. I clicked photo 4. The back wall. The plywood was still there, screwed tight over the broken window. The wood had weathered, turning dull and slightly warped at the edges, but it hadn't fallen off. It held. It did what plywood does. It kept the world out. Or it pretended to. Photo 5 showed the tree line. A wide shot of the clearing edge, the forest behind it, dark and dense. The angle was low, as if the assessor had taken it from the porch. In daylight, it looked peaceful. But my eyes kept snagging on the shadows between trees, the way the trunks lined up like bars. I told myself I was hunting for movement that wasn't there. I told myself my mind was still trained to see danger. Then I clicked photo 6. At first it looked like nothing. Just another boring documentation shot taken from outside the cabin aimed at the living room window that faced the porch. The window glass reflected the assessor holding their phone, an indistinct figure in a bright jacket, one arm raised. Behind the reflection was the faint outline of the cabin's interior fireplace stone, the edge of the couch, the hallway leading back. I stared at that reflected hallway until my eyes burned. It shouldn't have made me feel anything. It was just a hallway, just a dark rectangle leading to a bedroom. But my body remembered hallways. My body remembered looking down a hallway at 1:24 a.m. and seeing boot prints leading into darkness. I zoomed in. The phone photo pixelated slightly as it enlarged. The reflection became grainier. The interior details sharpened. Fireplace, coffee table, the line of the hall. And at the end of the hall, low to the floor, was a shape. A darker smear of shadow where the floor met the wall. A lump subtle enough that you could miss it if you weren't looking for it. I froze. My thumb hovered over the screen. I zoomed again. The pixels broke apart, but the shape stayed. Low, close to the baseboard. It wasn't a person standing upright. It wasn't a human silhouette. It was something that looked like it was crouched or pressed flat, or simply too low to be recognized as a body. My throat tightened. I stared at it and tried to force logic into my brain. It could be a box, a bag, the corner shadow of furniture. Except I knew my cabin. I knew what was in that hallway. I didn't store anything there. The floor should have been clear, and the shape had an edge that didn't match any object I owned. It looked deliberate, like it had chosen that spot. I swiped to another photo and back again as if movement would reveal itself. Of course it didn't. These were still images. My fingers shook. I zoomed and panned slightly, trying to see more of the floor. That's when I noticed something on the glass. A mark. Faint at first. A dark smear on the inside of the window near the lower right corner below the reflected hallway. I zoomed until my phone warned me I was at maximum. The smear became a print, a handprint, 5 fingers, a palm. The ridges faintly visible in the mud, pressed against the glass from the inside. And beneath it, a thin streak where the palm had slid downward slightly, as if whoever made it had leaned their weight there for a second, then moved away. I felt my stomach drop so hard it was almost pain. The cabin was supposed to be empty. No one lived there. No one should have been inside. Not after years. Not with the locks. Not with the plywood. And yet there was a muddy handprint on the inside of the glass. Not dust. Not grime. Mud. Dark and organic like something carried from the forest floor. I stared at the handprint until my vision blurred. Then, because my brain was desperate to find an answer it could survive, I did the next stupid thing I called Rourke. I dug up his number from an old contact entry, the one that had sat in my phone like a relic. My thumb hovered for a second, then I hit call. The line rang once, twice, then a recorded voice. "The number you have dialed is no longer in service." I tried again because denial makes you repeat things. Same message. My hands were shaking now. I opened the Sheriff's Department website and searched the staff directory. I clicked through pages that loaded slowly, each second stretching thin. Rourke wasn't listed. I searched his name, plus the county. Nothing recent. I found an old bulletin about departmental changes 2 years back. Names of deputies transferring, retiring, moving. His wasn't on it, which meant he was gone, in one way or another. And I was alone with the photo. I sat at my kitchen table with my laptop open, the window reflection frozen on the screen like a witness statement. The handprint looked too clear, too intimate. A human hand leaving mud on glass from inside my cabin. A low shape in the hallway, like a shadow that had learned to crouch. The normal world hummed around me, traffic, fridge, neighbor, footsteps in the hall, while my mind tried to understand how a place I hadn't seen in years could still reach into my life through a digital attachment. Finally, I clicked the file details. I don't know what I expected. A simple timestamp, a date, a neat line of data that confirmed the photo was taken that morning. The date was correct, but the time made my lungs stop. The file was marked as created at 1:24 a.m., not 10:18 a.m., not 9:30 when an assessor might actually be out there, not any reasonable office hour. 1:24 a.m. I stared at the numbers until they stopped looking like numbers and started looking like a signature. My skin went cold. The coffee on the table tasted suddenly bitter in my mouth, because it meant one of two things, and both were impossible. Either the county assessor had been at my cabin at 1:24 in the morning, out there in the dark with no generator, no porch light, no reason. Or the timestamp wasn't a mistake at all. It was the cabin doing what it always did, taking a moment that belonged to daylight and dragging it back into the hour it controlled. I closed the laptop slowly, as if slamming it shut might make something happen. Then I sat in my kitchen and listened to my own breathing. And in the thin, normal noises of my apartment, I thought I heard it again, not in the room, but in the back of my mind. That soft, careful scrape, like something shifting its weight, like something settling in. Like the moment between seeing proof and realizing proof can travel. Chapter 7. The Assessor's Photo. 7.3. That night, I didn't drink. I didn't watch anything. I didn't put music on. I didn't do the little rituals that usually trick my body into thinking the world is manageable. I just sat in my apartment with the lights on and the laptop closed, listening to normal life through the walls like it was a foreign language. A neighbor laughed somewhere down the hall. Someone's TV murmured behind drywall. A car alarm chirped outside and then died. Ordinary sounds, proof that the world was still running. None of it reached me. All I could see was the last photo, my cabin window reflecting a hallway, and that low shape pressed near the baseboard as if it belonged there. All I could see was the muddy handprint on the inside of the glass fingers, spread palm slid slightly downward, like the hand had been there long enough to leave weight. And the timestamp. 1:24 a.m. The hour that kept coming back, no matter how far I drove, no matter how many years I waited, no matter how many locks I bought. At midnight, I went to bed, the way you go into a room where you know something has happened. Slow, careful, pretending you're in control. I checked my front door. I checked it again. I didn't look at the camera feed. For the first time in years, I didn't want proof. I didn't want another frame to freeze and show me something my mind couldn't take back. I wanted ignorance the way a drowning person wants air. In the bathroom, I washed my hands too long, staring at my own reflection, like it might change shape if I blinked. When I turned the lights off and stepped into the bedroom, the dark felt different. Not heavier, not dramatic, just arranged. Like a room after someone has been there and left everything exactly how it was, so the only evidence is the feeling that something occurred. I lay down and kept my eyes open. The orange bars of parking lot light striped the wall. My breathing sounded too loud in the quiet. Somewhere outside, a late car passed and its headlights slid across the ceiling like a slow searchlight. I waited for the scrape. I waited for the whisper. I waited for my phone to tell me it was 1:24. Instead, nothing happened. Minutes passed, maybe an hour. The silence started to feel like relief, and that's when my body made its mistake. It softened, not all the way, just enough. My eyelids sagged. I let myself drift toward sleep, not because I felt safe, but because my mind finally ran out of energy to stay terrified. And then I woke up. Not with a violent jolt like the cabin. Not with a scream trapped in my throat. I woke the way you wake when you realize you've been holding your breath and you don't remember starting. My eyes opened in the dark. I lay perfectly still, listening. The apartment wasn't silent. It had its normal low noises, the refrigerator cycling the distant hush of traffic. But inside my bedroom, the air felt paused. Like the room was waiting to see whether I would move. I turned my head slowly toward the foot of the bed. At first I saw nothing but shadow. The outline of my dresser, the dim rectangle of the window. Then my eyes adjusted and my stomach dropped. On the carpet at the foot of my bed, there was a thin, dark line. A narrow streak of damp earth no wider than a finger dragged across the floor like someone had pulled something wet and dirty for just a second, then stopped. It wasn't a footprint. It wasn't scattered dirt. It was a deliberate mark, smooth in the center, frayed at the edges with tiny grains of soil. Fresh enough to glisten faintly. There hadn't been a storm, no rain, no reason. My mouth went dry. I didn't sit up. I didn't reach for my phone. I didn't even blink for a few seconds, as if blinking might reset the world and make the line disappear. But it stayed there dark against the carpet like a signature, a small, intimate reminder. I listened for movement under the bed. Nothing. I listened for movement in the closet. Nothing. I listened for the soft click of my bedroom door settling. Nothing. The room stayed still. The only sound was my own breathing, shallow and careful. That's when I realized my right hand was resting on the bed frame. I hadn't put it there deliberately. It had moved there on its own, sliding down until my palm lay flat. Fingers spread lightly against the wood. The exact posture from the photo. the exact placement that had haunted me since morning. I stared at my hand in the dim light and felt a slow, sick understanding settle into my bones. It wasn't just that the visitor followed, it was that the visitor taught. Not through speeches, not through violence, through repetition, through small consequences, through the way fear trains you to adopt whatever posture keeps you alive. Stillness. Quiet. Don't call. Don't move. Don't make a sound that turns you from observer to prey. My throat tightened. I could feel my pulse in my fingertips against the bed frame like the wood itself was counting it. And then very softly, so close it could have been inside my own skull, I heard it. A whisper. Not clear enough to be words. Just breath shaped with intention. Like a reminder. Like approval. I lay there and didn't move. I didn't reach for the light. I didn't reach for my phone. I didn't reach for anything. Because I finally understood the last rule, the one that made everything else make sense. The cabin hadn't been trying to kill me. It had been trying to teach me how to live the way it wanted, small, quiet, obedient. So when the line of damp earth appeared at the foot of my bed, I didn't do what a normal person would do. I didn't get up and search the apartment. I didn't grab a weapon. I didn't even look under the bed. I lay there with my hand spread on the bed frame, listening to my own careful breathing, and waited for the moment I'd been trained to accept. I didn't check under the bed, not because I was brave, because I knew that's what it wanted.